from PIMR to Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dewas. This process required a lot of hard work and years of patience, and it has just become possible with the direction and mentoring of our management. The addition of letter R in the PIMR Dewas not only stands for research, but also represents several dimensions like responsibility, respect, resourcefulness, resilience, reliability, and rigor. We believe that these values and qualities are essential for the holistic development of our students and for the growth of institution. We will now commence the program with the Saraswati Vandana. Ya Devi Sarvabhuteshu Vidya Rupena Sanstita Namastasya 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 Namo Namaha. May I now invite all the dignitaries on the dais to light the auspicious lamp to invoke the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, wisdom, intelligence, and nature. Is a notion on which Prestige Group firmly believes. And now, to fulfill this tradition, may I now request respected Dr. Dewas sir to accord a Wilson floral welcome to Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh. Welcome to Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey. May I now request Director of the Institute, Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay. Welcome, sir. Now to conference floral welcome to Mr. Samuel John Pereira D'Souza. May I now request again Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay. Welcome, sir. To accord floral welcome to Mr. Siddharth Rajhans. May I now request Dr. Yogendra C. Rajawat. present bouquet to Mr. Ramesh Jain, I would request Professor Vikas Sharma. Now, I request Professor Bhageshi Sendar to present bouquet to Mr. Shriyansh Bhandari. Welcome, sir. Rousing ahead, I would request Director of the Institute to accord floral welcome to Dr. Dewas, sir, who is our mentor and motivator. May I now invite Professor Archana Rajput to welcome Dr. Anil Bajpai, sir, CEO, Prestige University. Welcome, sir. To welcome Mr. Madhav Mantri, Principal PPS Dewas, may I now call upon Mr. Amit Banua. May I request you again, sir, to please do the honors. Thank you, sir. Proceeding ahead, may I now request our mentor and guide, Director of Prestige Institute of Management and Research Dewas, Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, sir, for his address.
Very good morning to all of you, and Jai Mata Di. Because we all are in a Navratri phase to so, and today we are elated, enthusiastic, and full of energy. First of all, I welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Akhilesh Ji Pandey, our Honorable Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Prestige University Chancellor, Dr. Dewas Ji Jain sir, my Guru and Guide, and Director of IIM Tiruchirappalli, Dr. Pavan Kumar Singh sir, Mr. Samuel John Pereira de Souza from Panama Embassy Diplomat, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Policy Specialist at United Nations, our Honorable Sri Ramesh Ji Jain sir from Prestige Soya Industry, Senior Executive, today's awardee and young entrepreneur, most awaited, Mr. Shriyansh Ji Bhandari, CEO, Green Soul, and Madam Bhandari, Khanuja Ji from AID, Dr. Anil Ji Bajpai, our guide and CEO of Prestige Education Foundation, Dr. Dharmesh Ji Mehta, Director, Pandit Jain IBM School of Management, Dr. Suhas Susan Das from Volvo Trucks, heading North India operation, Mr. Mantri, our Principal of Prestige Public School, all respected dignitaries, my dear students. It's a matter of enjoyment to all of us that we are in a Silver Jubilee celebration and mood. And in Silver Jubilee celebration, we decided what to do. So we offered here a plate in a mixture of three things. Number one, a congregations starting from students, delegates, industrialists and practitioners to our mentor and guides of different walk of life today. And it turned and it also culminated into the international conference, which is themed on technology, innovation and management for social and organizational transformation. Besides this, we are also presenting here a best PhD thesis contest, and for students' attraction, National Summer Internship Project Contest, National Business Plan Contest, and for students, the Best Research Paper Contest. Besides this, in all tracks, ranging from marketing, information technology, logistics, entrepreneurship, general management, etc. The different track is best paper awards. And in closing ceremony, we will be having again a galaxy of speakers amongst us, ranging from the World Bank policy officer to the practitioners. I think that when you select a topic or title, you have to keep in mind the relevance of that topic. When we had deliberations with our faculty, we decided that what topic generally can connect to the people, connect to the last man. And that's why we worked on this topic. Technology, innovation, and management has done a lot for many years. But a lot of users and abuses that actually triggered us that our viewing procedure, reviewing procedure, citing way, administrative way, pedagogical way, and even different fields like aviation industry, information technology industry, supply chain management, logistics management, and even a transport management. And if you even look at the sports stadium, everything has been changed. The technology is used with cloud computing and even AI. But how this can be used and where they can, erect just like a rascal before us, a mammoth challenge to us, and how to actually address those challenges. So we have a lot of speakers, eminent speakers with us, those who are going to throw a light upon it. And I think this will add up the value besides the books, syllabus of the university, and it will motivate us, drive us to make certain changes into it for the betterment of us and all others. It's the responsibility of our country, it's the responsibility of all of the future technocrats, bureaucrats, entrepreneurs, that we have to change our ways while we are looking into our career and future. What we are supposed to leave behind for our succeeding generations, it's a matter of fact to all of us. And I think today, we all are going to solemnly pledge about it, and we not only we will listen, practice it, and will report to all of our eminent speakers what we are going to do. Wish you all the best on behalf of Prestige Education Foundation and the Prestige Institute of Management Research, Dewas. Thank you all. Welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the delightful welcome address. Now, for presenting the glimpses of PIMR Dewas, the institute which is recognized as one of the premier management schools nationwide. May I now request for the AV, please.
Prestige Education Society, in its endeavor to develop highly skilled human resource, established the first management institute in Indore in 1994. The management institutes of Gwalior and Mandsaur were established in 1997. In 2001, with AICTE permission, the Institute of Mandsaur was shifted to Dewas at its permanent site for better service, coverage, and local penetration. Prestige Institute of Management and Research Dewas is conceived as a value-based institution of management and information technology and training. The institute was launched with the solemn objective of spreading knowledge-based education and developing skilled manpower beyond the metros, catering to the educational and training needs of a large number of young boys and girls irrespective of caste, creed and nationality they belong to. Prestige Education Foundation, formerly known as Prestige Education Society, is running its academic institutions in 3 major cities of Madhya Pradesh, heartland of India. Prestige Education Foundation is running the prominent institutions PIMR PG, PIMR UG, PIMR and Prestige Public School at Indore City, PIMR Gwalior and PIMR Dewas, along with Prestige Public School Dewas under the stewardship of Founder Chairman of PEF Honorable Shri Nilnath G. Jain, Padma Shri Awardee, the Chairman and Chancellor of PEF respected Dr. Devish G. Jain and his worthy younger brother respected Shri Dipin G. Jain, Vice Chairman PEF, Shri Himanshu G. Jain. Director PEF, and Shri Ketan G. Jain, Director PEF. PIMR Dewas is advancing and instilling values into the stakeholders with vision to be leader in professional education, training, research and development, and mission to serve the society through management seminaries in making the country stronger in every aspect of life. The institute has the approval of the All India Council for Technical Education and the state government for its MBA program and is affiliated with Vikram University Ujjain for MBA, BBA and BCA, BCom, Computer Application, BCom, Honors. It is a fully recognized management and IT institution. PIMR Dewas is a recognized research center for management discipline. The first PhD course was successfully conducted in the year 2023. The PIMR is having intellectual strength of 20 full-time regular faculty, 6 visiting faculty, 4 faculties having PhD degree, 5 faculties are pursuing PhD from different universities. PIMR Dewas is extending its extension services to the corporate world-like management development program, executive development program and trainings to the employees for soft skills and communication-related issues. The senior faculty of PIMR Dewas is an executive body of international and national universities as in Board of Studies, PhD Thesis Evaluation Board and in Committee of Editorial Board of reputed journals. The faculties of PIMR Dewas were also invited as keynote speakers, guest speakers, resource persons for FTPs, trainers and practicing consultancies for different academic and social organizations.
Professor Dr. Ajay Partner, Director, Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dewas. Our institution is affiliated to the Vikram University Ujjain and approved by the Higher Education program and also accredited by the AICTE, All India Council for Technical Education, New Delhi.
PIMR Dewas Library is fully equipped with physical and digital repository for knowledge sharing and acquisition. The online database like EBSCO, JGate, DAILET, InfluentNet, CMI database and software for plagiarism testing Turnitin is available for students, faculties and researchers. PIMR Dewas Library is having national and international journals, magazines, monographs, books, newspapers, and rare books. PIMR Dewas Computer Lab is well equipped with application software Microsoft Windows 10, Microsoft Office, Oracle Java, Visual Studio, IDE like Eclipse, IntelliJ, TextPad, Notepad, PyCharm, WebEx and Zoom. PIMR Dewas has been an examination center for prominent examinations for different bodies like ICAI, for CA and CS examination, CUET, JEE and NEET. PIMR Dewas is regularly conducting FTPs like 1-week National Case Writing Workshops, 1-week National Research Methodologies Workshops, 21 days Faculty Development Program Gyanubhav, weekly Faculty Knowledge Advancement Workshops, presentation, symposium, Industry Institute interface, discussion with different boards has been conducted for years. PIMR Dewas is having MOU and associations with global institutions, national institutions, governmental bodies and NGO. PIMR Dewas is having active association with All India Management Association, New Delhi. Association of Indian Management Schools, Secunderabad. Association of Management Development in South Asia, Hyderabad. The institute is certified ISO 9001 to 2015. The institute is certified training center for ITI, Dewas. Indore Management Association, Indore. Member of Association of Industries, Dewas. MOU with Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Madhya Pradesh. MOU with Research Foundation of India. PIMR Dewas has been consistently ranked amongst top school in a survey done by the top magazines and newspaper. RBPA course ranked 29th Outlook in 2022, 2021, 40th India Today, 2022, 28th India Today, 2020, RBC ACOS 46th India Today 2022 and 45th India Today 2021. RMB ACOS ranked 8th Central Zone Wise Outlook, 24th amongst affiliated colleges Outlook, 44th Education World, 30th Zone Wise Open Magazine, 34th Private College The Week, 41 NP School West Zone Wise The Week, and in Madhya Pradesh consistently amongst top 5 B School. Recognized in the band performance under the category General Inaugural Ranking of Institution on Innovation and Achievement in 2021. PIMR Dewas is also working as a host institute for MSME. PIMR Dewas students participated and won in the Global Peace and Sustainable Summit 2022 powered by UNESCO amongst 70 countries as the best speakers. PIMR Dewas is the only center for the Youth Employment Program of TCS, which is free employability training for socially and economically marginalized undergraduate youth program during their graduation. PIMR Dewas is an archery club and sports club. These clubs keep organizing various events for students' knowledge updating, improvement, and exposures to the real business world. Events like a match show, grand quizzes, mock stock exchange, entrepreneurial fest, seminars, panel discussion, industrial visits, extramural lectures, case study, and business research. Besides this, PIMR Dewas organizes annual Management Fest Utsav full of enthusiasm, knowledge, fun and frolic, music and entertainment. PIMR Dewas also organizes creativity workshops, case study analysis workshop, business plan workshop and national contest, National Summer Internship Project Contest. The yoga and fitness activity is being organized by Fitness Club. PIMR Dewas NSS unit organizes blood donation camp, charity programs like fundraising for blind schools, adoption of villages, promoting literacy, adult education and cleanliness drive at Dewas city. Women is the backbone of family life. Here at PIMR, the Women Empowerment Cell is running various activities for women awareness and their overall development. The sports club organizes indoor and outdoor games for all students like chess, cricket, badminton, volleyball, football, etc. Some of the students won the laurel for PIMR Dewas at university, state and national level. PIMR Training and Placement Cell organizes GDPI and developmental programs for students like Communication Development Workshop, Aptitude Test and Grooming Session as per requirement of in and off campus drive, Resume Writing Workshop, Email Etiquettes Workshop, Language Skill Workshops from renowned internationally acclaimed trainer who got exposure of 11 countries. PIMR Training and Placement Cell also organizes alumni meet in which students from different batches since 2001 have been participating, and PIMR Training and Placement Cell has been consistently providing more than 100 brands and organizations a platform for recruitment of business brains at our campus. Recently, some of our students also received an offer ranging from 8 lakhs per annum to 13 lakhs per annum, an industrial excursion in the renowned companies such as Tata International Private Limited, Prism Johnson, Prestige Agrotech, Saatchi Industries, Kirloskar, Gabriel, and many more. PIMR Dewas aspires to be the autonomous institution with highest grades amongst top B schools of Central India. Prestige Education Foundation and Prestige Institute of Management and Research Dewas welcome you all.
Thank you. हम उस पानी जैसे बने जो आगे बढ़ने के लिए अपना रास्ता स्वयं बनाता है। हम उस पत्थर जैसे ना बने जो दूसरों को आगे बढ़ने से उनका रास्ता अवरोध करता है। कुछ इसी तरह की बात और सोच रखने वाले प्रेस्टीज समूह के पितृ पुरुष पद्मश्री डॉक्टर N.N. जैन सर, हमारे बड़े साहब, मध्य प्रदेश के उन गिने चुने प्रथम पीढ़ी के उद्योगपतियों में से हैं, जिन्होंने अपनी दिव्य दृष्टि से मध्य प्रदेश को भारत की सोया राजधानी बनाया है। Before we proceed further, let us take a moment to acknowledge the immense contribution of our Honorable Founder Chairman, Padma Shri awardee, Dr. N.N. Jenser, who worked tirelessly to build this empire. His vision and dedication have made the Prestige Group a center of excellence. Now, I would request for his AV, please.
बुलंदी नींद से शुरू होती है और नींद एक सपने से। एक सपना सब में रहता है, जो उसे साकार करता है वही हमेशा याद रहता है। सपने वही सच करते हैं जो नींद से जाग जाते हैं। ऊंचा उड़ने के लिए परिंदे घोंसला छोड़ जाते हैं। जो अपनी क्षमताओं को पहचानता है, सफलता का स्वाद उसे ही मिलता है। सबका साथ हो या धर्म की निस्वार्थ सेवा, जीवन में उसी के कर्म पुष्प खिलता है। खुद पर जो विश्वास रखेगा, कठिनाइयों से वो राह निकालेगा, अपनी मेहनत से किस्मत बनाकर लगन से शिखर पा जाएगा। अपनी मिसाल जो खुद बनाएगा, तब शायद कोई नीमनाथ बन पाएगा। पद्मश्री के गौरव से विभूषित डॉक्टर नीमनाथ जैन सफल उद्यमी, सफल उद्योगपति एवं सफल शिक्षाविद की ख्याति अर्जित कर चुके एक व्यक्तित्व मात्र नहीं, अपितु संपूर्ण पाठशाला है, जिनके बनाए पद चिन्ह दशकों तक युवा उद्यमियों को प्रेरणा देते रहेंगे। विलक्षण प्रतिभा के धनी श्री नीमनाथ जी सामाजिक दायित्वों के निर्वहन में अग्रणी और कृषक जगत में सम्मानीय स्थान रखने वाले ऐसे असाधारण पितृपुरुष हैं, जिन्होंने विभाजन की विभीषिका को झेलते हुए अपनी शिक्षा, अनुभव और प्रतिभा से ऐसे ऐसे कीर्तिमान किए जो साधारण मनुष्य के लिए असंभव प्राय है। उनकी यही अद्वितीय कार्य और सोया कृषि क्रांति उन्हें 90 वर्ष की आयु में पद्मश्री तक ले आई और दिनांक 8 नवंबर 2021 को भारत के राष्ट्रपति श्री रामनाथ कोविंद द्वारा डॉक्टर श्री नीमनाथ जैन को पद्मश्री पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया गया। शून्य से शिखर तक की यह यात्रा हर युवा के लिए प्रेरणा का कार्य करेगी, जो प्रतिकूल से प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों को अनुकूल कर स्वयं के साथ सबका उत्थान करने के लिए एक सत्य कथा है। तो आइए अब जानते हैं कि कैसे नीमनाथ जी ने मुश्किलों से तरक्की का अपना सफर शुरू किया और अपने गंतव्य तक पहुंचे। अविभाजित भारत के रावलपिंडी के एक संभ्रांत परिवार में 17 दिसंबर 1931 को नीमनाथ जी ने जन्म लिया। उनके पिता खजाना शाह रावलपिंडी के एक विख्यात व्यवसायी थे और माता सीता देवी एक कुशल गृहिणी थी। उनका बचपन बड़े हर्षोल्लास से गुजर रहा था कि अचानक 1947 में हुए भारत विभाजन के कारण 16 वर्ष की आयु में उन्हें सब कुछ छोड़कर अपने भाई बहनों के साथ दिल्ली आना पड़ा और यहीं से उनकी परीक्षा की असल शुरुआत हुई। दिल्ली आकर नीमनाथ जी के पिता ने देश में व्यवसाय की संभावनाओं को तलाशा और पाया कि मध्य प्रदेश के इंदौर में 7-8 कॉटन टेक्सटाइल मिले हैं, जहां से व्यवसाय की शुरुआत की जा सकती है। बस फिर क्या था, वे अपने परिवार को लेकर इंदौर आ गए। इंदौर में कपड़ों की एक दुकान शुरू की, किंतु कुछ ही समय के पश्चात सरकार के निर्णयों के कारण खजाना शाह जी को अपनी दुकान बंद करनी पड़ी और मुश्किलों का दौर फिर शुरू हो गया। यूं तो नीमनाथ जी ने रावलपिंडी से अपनी बोर्ड परीक्षा उत्तीर्ण की थी, पर स्थानांतरण के कारण उन्हें इंदौर में फिर से अपनी शिक्षा आरंभ करनी पड़ी। इंदौर में भंडारी मिल के मालिक सेठ सुगनमल भंडारी ने उन्हें नौकरी का प्रस्ताव दिया, जो कि उनके लिए तरक्की का द्वार साबित हुआ। भंडारी मिल में रहते हुए मशीनों के प्रति उनकी विशेष रुचि जागृत हुई और उन्होंने इंजीनियर बनने का फैसला किया, जिसके फलस्वरूप इंदौर के GSITS इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज की प्रथम बैच से वर्ष 1954 में उन्होंने इंजीनियरिंग की डिग्री हासिल की। भंडारी मिल के सेठ सुगनमल भंडारी ने नीमनाथ जी की प्रतिभा को पहले ही पहचान लिया था, तभी उन्होंने नीमनाथ जी को इंजीनियरिंग पश्चात विशेष जिम्मेदारियां सौंपी, जिनमें उनके मार्गदर्शन में श्री नीमनाथ जी ने ऑयल मिल, सॉल्वेंट प्लांट, वनस्पति प्लांट की स्थापना की और भंडारी समूह के CEO का पद संभाला। उत्पादन क्षमता के विस्तार और नई तकनीक के ज्ञान के लिए नेमनाथ जी को यूके की सबसे बड़ी लाइव स्टॉक फीड्स कंपनी क्रॉसफील्ड में भेजा गया। उस समय नेमनाथ जी मात्र 33 वर्ष के थे। वहां से लौटकर उन्होंने अपने तकनीकी ज्ञान से उत्पादकता को बढ़ाने में सराहनीय योगदान दिया। प्रगति के शिखर की ओर बढ़ते हुए नेमनाथ जी को पूरा सहयोग उनकी पत्नी श्रीमती प्रकाशवंती का भी प्राप्त हुआ, जिन्होंने मिलकर अपने 3 पुत्रों और एक पुत्री की परवरिश नैतिक मूल्यों का ध्यान देते हुए की। डेविस जैन, छवि जैन, विपिन जैन, सुनीता जैन ने भी अपने पिता श्री नेमनाथ जी के गौरव को बढ़ाते हुए उनकी विरासत को और भी समृद्ध किया, जो आज हम सबके सामने है। भंडारी मिल्स में 30 वर्षों की सफलतम नौकरी में नेमनाथ जी ने जो अनुभव अर्जित किया, कालांतर में उसे ही अपने व्यवसाय में उतारा है। स्वयं का लक्ष्य तय करते हुए नेमनाथ जी ने पशु खाद्य निर्माण के लघु उद्योग का अपना सफर शुरू किया, जो उनकी दूरदर्शिता और व्यवसायिक अनुभव से बढ़ता चला गया। यहीं से प्रेस्टीज समूह की वास्तविक शुरुआत हुई। उस समय भी मध्य प्रदेश के किसान कृषि तो करते थे, पर परिश्रम अधिक और उत्पादन कम होने की वजह से खुशहाली दूर ही रहती थी। नेमनाथ जी ने सोयाबीन की फसल और उसके उपयुक्त वातावरण का विस्तृत अध्ययन किया और मध्य प्रदेश के किसानों को सोया कृषि के लिए प्रेरित किया। उनके प्रोत्साहन से धीरे धीरे मालवा, निमाड़ और आसपास के किसानों ने सोयाबीन की खेती शुरू की और कुछ ही समय में समृद्धि और खुशहाली किसानों के कदम चूमने लगी। प्रदेश के किसान आज भी श्री नेमनाथ जी के ऋणी हैं, जिन्होंने उन्हें समृद्ध कृषि के बारे में बताया और वे साधारण किसान से खुशहाल किसान की श्रेणी में आ गए। सन 1980 में प्रेस्टीज समूह ने ग्लोबल स्तर पर अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज कराते हुए सोयाबीन के विशाल निर्यातक के रूप में अपनी पहचान बनाई। सन 1981 में मध्य प्रदेश के तत्कालीन मुख्यमंत्री श्री अर्जुन सिंह के कर कमलों द्वारा प्रेस्टीज फूड्स लिमिटेड का शुभारंभ किया गया, जिसका विस्तार करते हुए सन 1982 में कंपनी का एक और प्लांट अंबाला में स्थित किया गया। सन 1984-85 में प्रेस्टीज ग्रुप प्राइवेट लिमिटेड ने एक पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी का स्वरूप ले लिया और वे एक के बाद एक तरक्की की सीढ़ियां चढ़ते हुए श्री नेमनाथ जैन जी के नेतृत्व तले प्रेस्टीज सोया इंडस्ट्रीज, छवि टीवी ब्रांड स्टील कंपनी की शुरुआत की गई। सन 1993 में श्री नेमनाथ जी द्वारा स्वस्ति एग्री ऑयल मिल्स की स्थापना की गई। उसके बाद सन 1999 में एक चक्की प्लांट प्रेस्टीज सीड्स की नींव रखी गई। तब से लेकर आज तक प्रेस्टीज उद्योग समूह उत्पादकता के नए कीर्तिमान बना रहा है।
तरक्की और प्रगति की यात्रा के साथ साथ समय समय पर उनकी उपलब्धियां अनेक गौरवशाली सम्मान पाती चली गई, जिनमें उनके रोजगार उन्मुखी कदम के लिए वर्ष 1983 में श्री नेमनाथ जैन को भारत की तत्कालीन उपराष्ट्रपति मोहम्मद हिदायतुल्लाह द्वारा उद्योग पत्र अवार्ड से सम्मानित किया गया और वर्ष 1987 में भारत के तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति श्री ज्ञानी जेल सिंह द्वारा अत्यंत गौरवशाली उद्योग विभूषण का सम्मान दिया गया, जो श्री नेमनाथ जी की ही तपस्या का सार्थक प्रतिफल था। साथ ही इन तस्वीरों में आप भारत के तत्कालीन राष्ट्रपति श्री शंकर दयाल शर्मा और देश की प्रथम महिला श्रीमती विमला शर्मा की इंदौर यात्रा के दौरान नेमनाथ जी को उनका स्वागत करते हुए देख सकते हैं। कर्म के साथ ही धर्म को समर्पित श्री नेमनाथ जैन द्वारा जैन समाज को संगठित करने का कार्य उसी निष्ठा और समर्पण के साथ किया गया, जिसके लिए वो आज भी समाज में पूजनीय है। श्री नेमनाथ जी ने वर्ष 2015 में इंदौर में साधु सम्मेलन आयोजित किया, जिसका इंदौर में 28 वर्ष बाद आयोजन हुआ था। उनके समर्पण और आग्रह के कारण ही इस सम्मेलन में जैन समाज के 5 लाख से अधिक श्रद्धालु एकत्रित हुए थे, जिनमें से अनेक तो कई वर्षों से एक दूसरे के संपर्क में ही नहीं थे। उनके इस कदम की पूरे जैन समाज में सराहना की गई।
नेमनाथ जी का जन्म एक जैन परिवार में हुआ था, जहां बाल्यकाल से ही उन्हें अच्छे संस्कारों के साथ मुश्किलों से लड़ना सिखाया गया। इंदौर में जैन संत प्रताप मुनि जी ने उन्हें आशीर्वाद देते हुए जीवन में कुछ कर गुजरने के लिए प्रेरित किया। आज अनेक उपलब्धियां पा लेने के बाद भी श्री नेमनाथ जी नियमित रूप से जैन मुनियों की सेवा करते हैं और जैन धर्म का कड़ाई से पालन करते हैं। प्रेस्टीज उद्योग समूह के सफल संचालन के साथ श्री नेमनाथ जी ने प्रेस्टीज एजुकेशन सोसाइटी की आधारशिला ऐसे समय में रखी जब मैनेजमेंट और तकनीकी शिक्षा के लिए प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं हुआ करते थे। आज प्रेस्टीज एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन के 9 इंस्टीट्यूट सफलतापूर्वक संचालित हो रहे हैं और सभी उच्च शिक्षा के लिए प्रदेश में एक विशिष्ट स्थान रखते हैं। वर्तमान में उनके विजन को उनके पुत्र आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, उसी समर्पित भाव से प्रेस्टीज का प्रेस्टीज बढ़ा रहे हैं। श्री नेमनाथ जी के मार्गदर्शन और आशीर्वाद से शीघ्र ही एक स्वतंत्र विश्व स्तरीय प्रेस्टीज यूनिवर्सिटी की शुरुआत भी होने जा रही है। ये सारी उपलब्धियां उन्हें पितृतुल्य असाधारण महापुरुष की श्रेणी में ला खड़ा करती हैं। श्री नेमनाथ जी का जीवन एक पाठशाला ही तो है जो अपने अनुभव से हमें जीवन अमृत रूपी सामर्थ्य, शिक्षा और आत्मविश्वास देती है। 90 वर्ष की आयु में भी पद्मश्री डॉक्टर नेमनाथ जैन जी की उद्यमिता, दूरदर्शिता, धार्मिकता, समर्पण और सबको साथ लेकर चलने की प्रवृत्ति उन्हें इतिहास से वर्तमान और वर्तमान से भविष्य तक याद रहेगी। पद्मश्री डॉक्टर नेमनाथ जैन कहते हैं, यदि आप सपना नहीं देखते हैं तो आप उसकी योजना नहीं बना सकते, और यदि आप योजना नहीं बना सकते तो उससे साकार भी नहीं कर सकते।
डॉक्टर नेमनाथ जैन, व्यापार एवं उद्योग।
That was emotional, but yes, inspiring. Planning up further, I'll take you to the epigrammatic profile of Dr. Dewas sir. He is our inspiration and mentor. He has always provided guidance and fostered us with his valuable support. Words fail me when I try to define his invoking influence on us. May I request for the AV, please?
Dr. Dewas Jain, Chairman Prestige Education Foundation, Chancellor Prestige University, President Prestige Group of Industries. Dr. Jain is a dynamic and forward-looking industrialist who has inherited the vision and foresight of his illustrious father, Padma Shri awardee Dr. N.M. Jain. Sir earned his MPhil degree, awarded PhD from the Open International University for complementary medicine in affiliation with Solar Stream College in the special consultative status of UNESCO and later conferred with the SC and then with the LIT. Dr. Jain has been conferred with various national and international
May I now invite a visionary industrialist and educationalist, man with a vision and mission, Dr. Dewas Jain, to share his insights on the theme of the conference.
Namaskar and a very warm good morning. We have dignitaries, delegates, students and our respected faculty members who have assembled here for the third international conference being hosted by PIMR Dewas. Respected Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director of Indian Institute of Management, Trichy, who has been a guide and philosopher for Prestige Group of Institutions and especially Prestige Institute of Management Research, Dewas, for over 2 decades, as I've been seeing him around on many such occasions. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey sir, who has been also the chairman of PURC, that is Private University Regulatory Commission, the first chairman, and whom we had also seen as a person who proactively addressed every one of our board members, especially our founder, Dr. N. Jain sir, persuading him to start a private university in Madhya Pradesh. Although at that time we were all working to be a deep university, but I think that was his call which resulted into Prestige becoming a private university in the state. We have Dr. Siddharth Rajans, a management thought leader and a policy specialist at United Nations. Mr. Samuel John, diplomat from Embassy of Panama. Shri Shreyas Bhandari, who is a social entrepreneur for an enterprise known as Green Souls. Shri Ramesh Jain, who is the director of Prestige Feed Mills Limited, one of a soy conglomerate, who also served, shaped our industries right here in Dewas for over a decade, and now managing the international business of soy value-added products in over 40 countries for Prestige Group as its director. We have our other leaders from education, Dr. Anil Bajpai sir, Dr. Shri Madhav Mantri, Principal, from our Association of Industries, we welcome you all, including our director and the conference chair, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, whom I saw, actually given the responsibility to be the convener of our Silver Jubilee event right in 2019 at Indore, where he was a professor there, but probably he could not attend that event, falling ill with a major surgery at that time. But I think the time wanted him to lead another institution and be the front person in celebrating such an event, and another Silver Jubilee is under his leadership we are celebrating here in Dewas. So I congratulate you and your team. This conference holds great significance as it marks the Silver Jubilee of our Dewas campus. More so since we are now moving into the Amrit Kal, that is what we are going to do and grow, develop during the next 25 years. I would like to express my deep respect for the founder chairman of Prestige Group, my revered father, Dr. Nemnath Ji Jain, a Padma Shri awardee, who established the group and our industrial base in Dewas, and this institutions, although the industries were started 45 years before, and this institute now 25 years ago. He's also the one who has been titled as Soya Man of the Millennium. Through his unrelenting vision, perseverance, and unwavering dedication, he has transformed this institution into a leading force in its field of education and training, with a reputation that extends beyond the boundaries of our nation. Building an institute of this stature is no small achievement, and the obstacles and challenges that must have been overcome are truly remarkable. The hard work, commitment, and exceptional leadership have indeed borne fruit, and it is a testament to his foresight that this institute has achieved such phenomenal success over the past 25 years. Today, as we celebrate the Silver Jubilee of PIMR Dewas, we pay tribute to his exemplary leadership and his immense contribution to the world of education and industrial growth. Dear friends, the topic of this conference, technology, innovation, and management for organizational and social transformation, is particularly relevant in today's rapidly changing world, where technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace and innovation and management practices are playing a critical role in shaping the future. In today's rapidly changing world, it is imperative that we embrace these concepts if we hope to stay competitive and relevant. Technology has changed the way we live, work, and play. It has enabled us to connect with people from all over the world, to access information at the click of a button, and to automate many of the tasks that were once time-consuming and tedious. However, technology is not an end in itself. It is merely a tool that we can use to improve our lives and create a better future. Technology and innovation are playing an increasingly important role in transforming businesses and society. The rise of digital technologies, the proliferation of data, and the emergence of new business models have created new opportunities for businesses and individuals to drive growth and progress. Technology has enabled businesses to streamline their operations and improve their productivity, from automation to artificial intelligence and machine learning. Friends, businesses are leveraging the power of technology to enhance their decision-making capabilities, reduce costs, and increase efficiencies in the operations. For instance, companies can use AI-powered chatbots to improve customer service, automate repetitive tasks, and reduce wait times. Similarly, the use of AI and ML algorithms can help business make more accurate predictions about consumer behavior, optimize their supply chain, and improve their marketing campaigns. Moreover, technology has also enabled businesses to expand their reach and access of the new markets. With the relevant and advent of e-commerce, Business can now sell their products and services to customers around the world. Online marketplaces and platforms such as Amazon, eBay, and Alibaba have made it easier for businesses to reach a global audience and increase their sales. Technology and innovation have also had a profound impact on society. From healthcare to education, technology is helping to transform the way we live and work. For example, the development of telemedicine is making it easier for people to access medical care from the comfort of their own homes. Remote monitoring and teleconsultations are enabling doctors to diagnose and treat patients more efficiently while also reducing the burden on hospitals and clinics. In the education sector, technology has enabled students to access learning resources and collaborate with peers from abroad and around the world. From online courses to virtual classrooms, technology is helping to democratize education to make it more accessible to people from all backgrounds. Furthermore, technology is also playing a key role in addressing social and environmental challenges from renewable energy to sustainable agriculture. Technology is helping to create new solutions to some of the world's most pressing problems. For instance, the development of clean energy technologies is helping to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate the impacts of climate change. However, without innovations, technologies would become obsolete. Innovation is the key to unlocking the true potential of technology. It involves taking risks, experimenting with new ideas, and challenging the status quo. When we innovate, we create new products and services that can revolutionize entire industries. We also create new ways of thinking about problems which can lead to breakthroughs in fields such as medicine, energy, and the environment. I am happy to learn that companies in India are increasingly adopting innovative practices to not only keep pace with the changing technologies, but also improve the quality of products that they are manufacturing. An enthusiastic increase in global innovation index is a testimony to this fact. Friends, as per the latest World Intellectual Property Organization report, India climbed to the 40th rank in the Global Innovative Index. This is a huge leap of 41 places in 7 years. India has leapfrogged to 40th position on the Global Innovation Index GII 2022 from the 81st spot in 2015. India's innovation performance is above average for the upper middle class income group in almost every innovation pillar, with the exception of infrastructure, where it scores below average. Within Central and Southern Asia, India continues to lead in the 40th position, moving further up in the rankings from 46th position last year in 2021. Switzerland has emerged as world's most innovative economy for the 12th consecutive year. Switzerland remains the world leader in the innovation for these 12 years. It leads globally in innovation outputs and specifically in patents by origin, software spending, high-tech manufacturing, production, and export complexity. The second position was secured by the United States, followed by Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands. Compared to these countries, India still has a long way to go to catch up with the world's most innovative economies, and I have no doubt that with the ongoing pace of innovation going on in our country, in the next decade, India will certainly make it to the world's topmost innovative economies. Now, coming to the third point of the topic, management. I think management is the glue that holds technology and innovation together. It involves coordinating resources, setting goals, and ensuring that everyone is working towards the same objectives. Without effective management, even the best technology and most innovative ideas can fail to achieve their potential. In conclusion, technology and innovation are playing an increasingly important role in driving businesses and social transformation. By leveraging the power of technology, businesses can streamline their operations, increase their efficiency, and expand their reach. However, it is important to note that technology is not panacea. While it has the potential to bring about significant change, it is up to businesses and individuals to harness its power and use it is responsible and ethical manner. By doing so, we can create a future that is more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous for all. When we combine technology, innovation, and management, we can achieve truly remarkable things. We can transform organizations, making them more efficient, more agile, and more customer-focused. We can also transform society, making it more equitable, more sustainable, and more prosperous for all. However, achieving this transformation is not easy. It requires a deep understanding of technology and innovation, as well as strong leadership and management skills. It also requires a willingness to take risks, to challenge the status quo, and embrace change. As we look to the future, it is clear that technology, innovation, and management will continue to play a critical role in our lives, whether we are business leaders, policymakers, or citizens. We must embrace these concepts if we hope to create a better world for ourselves and for the future generations. So, in a nutshell, I do believe that embracing technology, innovation, and management are the key drivers of organizational and social transformation. Let us harness their powers to create a better world for all. I do hope this conference will provide an opportunity for all the researchers, management scholars, industrialists, and students to share their thoughts, ideas, and insight on how we can leverage technology, innovation, and management to create positive change in our organizations and society. The conference will explore how organizations can embrace technology, innovation, and management practices to enhance their competitiveness, improve processes, optimize profit, to meet the changing demands of their stakeholders. Thank you for all for hearing me patiently.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking address. As we embark on this conference, let us take a moment to reflect on the journey that has brought us here. PIMR Dewas has a long and illustrious history. We are proud to continue the legacy of our institution. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know that we are celebrating the silver jubilee of our esteemed institution, and this conference is chosen to be the first ever event, and it will be a step towards achieving our vision of being a center of excellence in the field of management, education, and hence on this momentous occasion, we would like to unveil the new logo of PIMR Dewas.
Since its inception in Dewas 25 years ago, the prestige Institute of Management Dewas has carved out a name for itself with the mission of delivering top-notch management education to students who aim to thrive in their careers. As Prestige Group has been a mainstay in the city's industrial development for the past 47 years, the plan to establish a management institute there was a long-held aspiration that became tangible 25 years ago. Prestige Group today stands synonymous with trust.
be it by offering world-class brands in the FMCG sector or our commitment to exemplary education. We have attained the confidence because of our belief in never compromising on quality. With PIMR, we are inclined to let prestigians soak up the essence of a practical approach, and our industry-institute interface reflects just that. Engagement between PIMR and the neighboring companies has flourished thanks to the group's efforts to improve the industry-institute interface phenomena. Now is the time that we take this philosophy of ours to the next level. Learn to lead is what we foster because we believe that leadership can only come with steadfast learning. You can only lead when you have the skill, and that skill can only be attained through practice. And there are no prizes for guessing where practice comes from. It comes from acquiring knowledge.
Conceptualize the idea of this logo. Now for the release of PIMR Dewas, annual international journal page, may I now request the dignitaries. Even I would join them being the managing editor of this journal. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Further, I would request again dignitaries on the desk and the editorial team of Saransh, comprising of Dr. Yogendra Singh Rajawat, for its release. Saransh is collection of all abstracts received during this international conference. Thank you so much. Now it's time to pay the AV of Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Ujjain.
Professor Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Ujjain. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey is an SC, PhD and DSc in Botany from Rani Durgavati University, Jabalpur. Sir specializes in the field of mycology, specifically in mushrooms, bioherbicides, vibrationals, enzymes, etc., and plant pathology. Dr. Pandey has completed more than 20 projects sponsored by different funding agencies like NPCOST, CSIR, UGC, ICFRI, DBT, DST, etc. Sir has supervised more than 60 PhD students, has published more than 250 national and international research papers, and has written 6 valuable books. Dr. Pandey is awarded with several prestigious awards like Lifetime Achievement Award, Professor R.N. Trivedi Young Scientist Award, Dr. Dastoor Memorial Award, and Shavana Jayanti Kavita Samman. Sir has also preceded the 105th Indian Science Science Congress Association at Manipur. Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey is serving as Professor of Biosciences in Rani Durgavati University, Jabalpur. Sir served as Chairman MP Private Regulatory Commission, Bhopal, Vice Chancellor of Maharshi Parikh Sanskrit and Vedic University, Ujjain, and is currently serving as Vice Chancellor of Vikram University, Ujjain. Sir is also Chief Coordinator of Zonal Committee constituted by UGC for the implementation of educational policy. We welcome you, sir.
Now, request sir for your address.
जय श्री महाकाल। आज इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमारे बीच इस ग्रुप के चेयरमैन हमारे डॉक्टर डेविस जैन साहब, जिनको अभी आपने सुना, और मैं उनके कांटेक्ट में 2009 से हूँ। मैं जब यूनिवर्सिटी रेगुलेटरी कमीशन ज्वाइन किया, मैं सर्वे कर रहा था कि कितने ऐसे ग्रुप हैं। मेरा अपना सोचना था कि बाहर से जो ग्रुप आते हैं वो हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में एक तरीके से बिजनेस के लिए आते हैं, लेकिन जो हमारे अपने ग्रुप हैं वो यहाँ स्टे करेंगे और एक तरीके से हमारा जो मध्य प्रदेश की इकोनॉमी है उसमें उनका बहुत बड़ा रोल है और रहेगा। इसलिए मैं जब सर्वे कर रहा था, मोर देन 285 ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, एजुकेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमने विजिट किया। जब मैं सबसे पहले प्रेस्टीज ग्रुप गया तो माननीय जैन साहब, जो सीनियर जैन साहब से हमारी लगातार बात हो रही थी, लेकिन उस समय कुछ ऐसे प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज के बारे में कुछ ऐसी गलतफहमी लोगों की थी कि हमको मैनेजमेंट से कम 4-5 बार मिलना होता है। उसके बाद एक तरीके से आज यूनिवर्सिटी आ गई है। मैं उसके लिए जैन साहब को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उन्हें धन्यवाद भी देता हूं कि उन्होंने एक बहुत अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर क्वालिटी एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च हमारे स्टेट में हमारे युवाओं के लिए उन्होंने दिया। इसके लिए पूरे प्रेस्टीज ग्रुप के जो मैनेजमेंट है, मैं उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद भी देता हूं। हमारे बीच में हमारे अपने एलुमनाई और एक उस समय हमारे जो मैनेजमेंट डिपार्टमेंट था वो एक बहुत ही सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस था। प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर पवन कुमार सिंह साहब, और आज भी मुझे ऐसा लगता है, भी 2-3 बार उन्होंने हमारे समय में विजिट किया। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज भी वो हमारे अपने फैकल्टी हैं, अपने स्टूडेंट हैं, क्योंकि उनकी जो लेक्चर्स होते हैं वो टीचर स्टूडेंट्स कम डायरेक्टर होता है। अभी उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा गीता मैनेजमेंट इन गीता हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में दिया। आप सब लोग उनको सुनेंगे। हमारे बीच में बहुत सारे डिग्नेटरीज हैं, हमारे अपने कलीग्स हैं, यहाँ के प्रेस्टीज के हमारे अपने शिक्षक साथी और विद्यार्थी। मैं मैनेजमेंट का नहीं हूँ, बेसिकली आई एम ए बॉटनिस्ट। हमने पूरी जिंदगी जो है बॉटनी पढ़ाई है और बॉटनी पढ़ा है। मैनेजमेंट में हमारा उतना, लेकिन मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जैन साहब जैसे लोग, डॉक्टर डेविस जैन जैसे लोगों के बीच में रह के हमने 10 साल जो है, 10 years आई वाज अ चेयरमैन एमपी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी रेगुलेटरी कमीशन। हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा। आई एम रियली, आज जो है ये ग्रुप जो एक तरीके से इतना अच्छा है, जो कि मैं इंदौर के सारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स को देख चुका हूँ और प्रेस्टीज में आने का मैं उपाध्याय जी को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि आज इन्होंने, मतलब मुझे 2.5 year हो गया, मुलाकात इनसे कई बार हुई, लेकिन यहाँ आने का अवसर मुझे आज मिला। मैं उसके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता। मैं वैसे मैनेजमेंट का नहीं हूँ, लेकिन विद्यार्थियों से खास तौर से मैं कुछ चीजें, अभी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 आपने देखा है, हमारे स्टेट में सबसे पहला मध्य प्रदेश राज्य है जहाँ 2020 जो एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है वो लागू हुई है। अभी बहुत सारे स्टेट में अभी डिस्कशन में, लेकिन यहाँ लागू हुई। उसमें एक बहुत अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन है ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम। हमारा जो एजुकेशन व्यवस्था थी, यदि आप एंशियंट टाइम देखें तो एक दो श्लोक पे दो ध्येय वाक्य होते हैं ना, मतलब जैसे दो एक ऑब्जेक्टिव्स जैसे कहना चाहिए वो होते हैं। वो एक था किड्वंतो विश्वम आर्यम, हम सारे विश्व को सुंदर बनाएंगे, श्रेष्ठ बनाएंगे। और दूसरा था वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। अब हमको ये बताइए, जब तक कोई सुंदर और श्रेष्ठ नहीं होगा, दूसरे को सुंदर और श्रेष्ठ कैसे बना सकता है? इसलिए भारतवर्ष एक बहुत ही सुंदर और श्रेष्ठ था, इसलिए वो ये संकल्पना पूरे विश्व को करता था कि हम सुंदर बनाएंगे पूरे विश्व को, और सारे विश्व को एक तरीके से हम एक परिवार की तरफ डेवलप करने का जो ध्येय था, वो सिर्फ भारतवर्ष की जो एजुकेशन और रिसर्च की व्यवस्था। उसमें मैं एक कोटेशन आपको बताना चाहूंगा। एक वेस्टर्न फिलोसफर है, उसने भारत की और वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज की रिसर्च और इनोवेशन और एजुकेशन में क्या डिफरेंस हो सकता है, ये उसको उन्होंने हाईलाइट किया है। उसमें उन्होंने लिखा है ये अर्नोल्ड टाइनरी, इंडिया विल बी द लीडर इन 21st सेंचुरी, India will make greater progress in every field and good war will be harmonized। मतलब भारतवर्ष ही ऐसा है जिसका जो भी रिसर्च और इनोवेशन और एजुकेशन है वो दो तरीके से काम करता है। उसका कोई भी रिसर्च जो है सिर्फ रिसर्च के पॉइंट ऑफ कॉमर्शियल नहीं रहता है, बल्कि हार्मोनाइज, मतलब वो सोसाइटी को, मतलब हमेशा इनोवेशन ऑलवेज ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक, मानव कल्याण को सामने रख करके वो रिसर्च करता है, उसकी डेवलपमेंट होता है। और भारतवर्ष आने वाले समय में भारतवर्ष ही एक ऐसा देश होगा जो पूरे विश्व में ये साइंस एंड रिलीजन ये दोनों को मिला करके और उसके मिला करके जो ग्रोथ होगी। क्यों इसलिए इम्पोर्टेंट, इसलिए अभी हम सर से सुनेंगे सिंह साहब से, लेकिन साइंस एंड रिलीजन क्यों जरूरी है? क्योंकि आप ये देखें 2014 में ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने एक इंडियन साइंस कांग्रेस में एक उनका जो प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस था, उन्होंने फाइव कोई भी हमारी रिसर्च के 5 बैकग्राउंड्स तो था कि वी शुड टेक केयर ऑफ 5 वर्ड्स। इकोनॉमी, मतलब हमारी रिसर्च इकोनॉमिकल हो, हमारी रिसर्च जो है एनर्जी सेविंग हो, हमारी जो कोई भी रिसर्च हो एथिकल हो। एथिकल क्यों होना चाहिए? आप ये देखिए सोनोग्राफी डेवलप हुई, सोनोग्राफी किस लिए डेवलप हुई थी कि हम इनबॉर्न चिल्ड्रंस में कोई भी डिजीज है उसको क्योर करें। बट जब टेक्नोलॉजी का मिसयूज होने लगा तो क्या हो गया उसका, कि आज सेक्स डिटर्मिनेशन में उस टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज होता है, और इसी कारण से गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज का जो रेशियो है वो अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन में है। ट्राइबल में अच्छा है, बट जो सो कॉल्ड हाई सोसाइटी है वहां पे वो रेशियो बहुत पुअर है, इसीलिए क्योंकि एथिकल नहीं था। एम्पावरमेंट, हमारी रिसर्च जो है एम्पावरमेंट होना चाहिए, उसके लिए मतलब एक तरीके से वो हमारी सोसाइटी को एम्पावर करने चाहिए। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन होना चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, उससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट। इसलिए ये जो रिसर्च हमारी है वो इन सब पे बेस्ड है। भारत की रिसर्च मोस्ट ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक होने के कारण इन सारी रिसर्च को ध्यान में रखते हैं। मैं कुछ ऐसे चीजों को, आज आप लोग मैनेजमेंट के हैं, कॉमर्स भी, मैनेजमेंट, आई थिंक दोनों बहुत एक दूसरे से जुड़े हैं। मैं कुछ कहना चाहूँ। नाउ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी क्या है? मैं हाइलाइट्स कि आप लोग डिफरेंट फील्ड्स के हैं, मैं केवल हाइलाइट्स दूंगा। जैसे एग्रीकल्चर में आप ये देखिए, जब भारतवर्ष की एग्रीकल्चर एग्रियन इकोनॉमी किस पर थी, मतलब हमारा भारतवर्ष की आर्थिक स्थिति किस पर थी? एग्री बेस्ड, कृषि आधारित हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था थी। और हमारी कृषि क्या थी? एनिमल बेस्ड थी, पशु आधारित, एनिमल बेस्ड हमारा एग्रीकल्चर था। उस समय क्या था आप देखें। और आज क्या है? मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी। मतलब इसलिए बताना चाह रहा हूं, हमारा स्टूडेंट्स जो है कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो उसका सस्टेनेबल यूज होना चाहिए। और आप सब लोग जानते हैं सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल जो 17 है, 17 ऐसे सस्टेनेबल गोल हैं जिसको आज हमको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। क्यों? क्योंकि नेचर यदि हम डिस्टर्ब करें, क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है जिसके कारण हमको आने वाले समय में कितनी समस्याएं हैं। और कोविड-19 क्यों था? क्योंकि हमने जो नेचर को और सोसाइटी को दोनों को अलग अलग तरीके से, और ये मान के चलिए कि जब तक प्रकृति और संस्कृति दोनों में सामंजस्य होगा, विकास होगा, नहीं तो अदरवाइज कहीं ना कहीं कोविड जैसा विनाश होगा, क्योंकि हमने वाइल्ड लाइफ को डिस्टर्ब किया तो कोविड आ गया। इसलिए एग्रीकल्चर फॉर, जब एक उदाहरण मैं बताना चाहूंगा, जब एग्री बेस्ड एग्रीकल्चर था उस समय बहुत सारी ऐसी बीमारियां नहीं थी, लेकिन 1960s में दैट वाज द गोल्डन पीरियड फॉर सिंथेटिक केमिकल्स। बहुत सारे सिंथेटिक केमिकल्स हमारे एग्रीकल्चर में आए, चाहे फर्टिलाइजर हो, चाहे पेस्टिसाइड हो, सब आए। और पंजाब जिसको हम मानते हैं कि दैट वाज मतलब वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एंड मोस्ट एडवांस एग्रीकल्चर स्टेट मानते हैं हम। वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है, कपूरथला एक जगह है, वहां से सूरत जाने वाली एक ट्रेन है, दैट इज नोन एज ए कैंसर ट्रेन। क्यों बोलते हैं कैंसर ट्रेन? 95% of the passengers traveling with that train, they are suffering from the cancer. उसमें पूरी ट्रेन कैंसर से क्यों हो रहा है ऐसा? क्योंकि हमने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट नहीं किया, टेक्नोलॉजी का एप्लीकेशन सस्टेनेबल वे में नहीं किया। क्यों? हमने मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी को, जो हमारा ट्रेडिशनल टेक्नोलॉजी उसको भूल गए, और इसी कारण से बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आते चले गए। लेकिन भारतवर्ष हमेशा किसी डिजास्टर में भी अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढता है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल हमारा महाभारत हुआ, तो महाभारत में पूरे वर्ल्ड को उसने गीता दिया कि नहीं? महाभारत नहीं होता तो गीता होता? नहीं होता। इसी तरीके से राम रावण युद्ध हुआ तो उसमें क्या है? रामायण आ गया। तो हम इसी, अभी आप नेट पे बैठ के देखें, कोविड पीरियड में राजस्थान में एक इंसेक्ट आया, लॉक्टस, उसने कितना डैमेज किया कि एक दिन में यदि आप उसको देखें तो उस बहुत ही बुरी तरीके से, मतलब उसने जैसे कोई 10 एलिफेंट एक दिन में जितना भोजन करता है उतना वो इंसेक्ट ने डिस्ट्रॉय किया क्रॉप्स को। ये कैमल्स जो होते हैं, 25 कैमल्स कितना दिन भर में उसका फोडर कितना होता है, फूड होता है, उतना उन्होंने नुकसान किया। लेकिन हमारे साइंटिस्ट ने क्या किया, उस इंसेक्ट को एनिमल फीड में कन्वर्ट कर दिया। मतलब वो इंसेक्ट को आप देखिए उसका कंट्रोल कैसा किया कि उन्होंने उसको जो है एनिमल फूड एंड फीड में कन्वर्ट कर दिया, बर्ड्स फीड के लिए, जू फूड के लिए। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी सिर्फ भारतीय साइंटिस्ट में होती है, भारतीय युवाओं में होती है, इसलिए उन्होंने इसको डेवलप किया। एक मैं चूंकि मशरूम पे काम करना चाह रहा हूँ, जैन साहब भी फूड टेक्नोलॉजी, फूड इंडस्ट्री भी चलाते हैं। अभी तक मशरूम आप सभी लोग जानते हैं, मेरे ख्याल से कहीं ना कहीं आप सभी लोग जानते हैं, मशरूम का एक सिंगल एप्लीकेशन था टू पिक अप दी फ्लावर, जो उसका फ्रूट होता है ना, बट फ्लावर होता है, कहना चाहिए आपके, सिर्फ वही आप जाते हैं मार्केट में खरीदते हैं। बट आप नेट पे बैठिए, नाउ डेज आवर स्टूडेंट्स दे आर कमिंग फॉरवर्ड, उसके कितने प्रोडक्ट होते हैं, मैं यहाँ डिटेल नहीं बताऊंगा, इतना समय नहीं है, लेकिन आप उसको नेट पे देखिएगा। नाउ डेज टू कम फॉरवर्ड। जैसे अभी वेजिटेरियन मीट, कोविड आया है, विटामिन डी जो है, या तो सन या उसका कोई दूसरा मशरूम ऐसा है कि जिसमें विटामिन डी भी उसमें मिलता है, ऐसा कोई फूड नहीं है, न्यूट्रिएंट नहीं है जिसमें उस पे ना मिलता हो। उसको डेवलप किया है वेजिटेरियन मीट। एक बेंगलोर बेस्ड जो है इंजीनियर, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर, ही डेवलप एज ए वेजिटेरियन मीट। मतलब मीट जैसा टेस्ट, मान लो कोई मीट खाने का आदी है, उसको जो है वेजिटेरियन मीट मशरूम से डेवलप किया। वन इज अ प्लास्टिक ईटिंग मशरूम। आप देखिए प्लास्टिक का कितना प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है, लेकिन वो पॉलीथीन को डिग्रेड कर देता है। एक अभी डेवलप हुआ है ये, इसको बायो लेदर, मतलब वेजिटेरियन लेदर, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द अल्टरनेटिव्स ऑफ एनिमल लेदर। मतलब एनिमल सेक्रीफाइस को रोकने के लिए वेजिटेरियन लेदर डेवलप हुआ है। और वेजिटेरियन लेदर आप नेट पे देखिए, स्लीपर एंड शूज, आपको किसी भी ब्रांडेड कंपनी से बेहतर शूज, और ये दोनों, और सेफ्टी पॉइंट ऑफ से, हेल्थ पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से भी, हाइजीनिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, दे आर बेटर देन एनिमल। इसको अभी उन्होंने डेवलप किया है। टेबल एंड चेयर्स, अभी क्या हो रहा है कि हमारे जंगल कट रहे हैं, लेकिन मशरूम के टेबल एंड चेयर्स बन रहे हैं जो कि हाईली ड्यूरेबल, मतलब इतने ड्यूरेबल हैं और लो कॉस्ट हैं। यही नहीं, ब्रिक्स बन रहे हैं। अभी आप नासा की विजिट करिए, नासा जो मून पे बिल्डिंग बनाने जा रहा है वो दैट इज मशरूम ब्रिक्स, क्योंकि उस बहुत लाइट होते हैं, लाइट के साथ साथ उसमें सीमेंट और इसकी जरूरत नहीं है, वो ऑटोमेटिकली दे बिकम कॉम्पैक्ट हो जाते हैं थोड़े दिन मतलब, और वो बहुत ही ड्यूरेबल हैं। न्यूज़पेपर, आप देखिए पेपर अभी हम कैसे बनाते हैं, पेपर बना रहे हैं उड से, अभी मशरूम में लिग्नोसेलुलोज होता है जो ये हमारे टेक्सटाइल कंपनियां यूज करती हैं, उसके कारण वो न्यूज़पेपर यूज कर रहे हैं, बायो न्यूज़पेपर। इसी तरीके से ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का कंसेप्ट है, ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में आप कई ऐसे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आ रहे हैं, वो जो इंसुलेटर होता है दैट इज फ्रॉम मशरूम। पैकिंग मटेरियल्स, इसका फायदा क्या है, दीज आर ऑल बायोडिग्रेडेबल। ये जो दूसरे मटेरियल्स होते हैं दे आर नॉट बायोडिग्रेडेबल, दे आर बायोडिग्रेडेबल और बहुत आसानी से इसको यूज कर सकते हैं। एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में बायो एनर्जी, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द बायो एनर्जी, एथनॉल प्रोडक्शन, माइक्रोब्स दे आर द मेजर सोर्स ऑफ बायोएथनॉल प्रोडक्शन, हम यूज कर सकते हैं। अभी देखिए एथनॉल, जब हम एथनॉल का प्रोडक्शन अदर से करते हैं तो बहुत कॉस्टली होता है, बट फ्रॉम बायो रिसोर्सेज ये बहुत इजी और बहुत ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल होता है। बायोइनोवेशंस, अभी मैंने देखा नेट पे अभी आज मॉर्निंग में ही कुछ कंट्रीज जो स्ट्रीट लाइट वो बायोइनोवेशंस इमिटेड फ्रॉम द मशरूम, उससे वो स्ट्रीट लाइट और लाइट बल्ब और इसका वो लोग यूज कर सकते हैं। और इसमें अब नाउ और स्टूडेंट्स दे आर कमिंग, स्टार्टअप के रूप में उसको वो लोग कर रहे हैं। इसलिए ये मतलब ये सर्कुलर मतलब एक मशरूम का प्रोडक्ट, एक कल्टीवेशन कितनी चीजों में यूज हो सकता है, इसका मतलब आजकल आप लोग मैनेजमेंट के हैं, सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी में इसको हम लोग यूज कर सकते हैं। मैं एक बस लास्ट में एक चीज आप लोगों से खासतौर से मैं विद्यार्थियों से कहना चाहूंगा, एक्चुअली भारतवर्ष बहुत साइंटिफिकली एडवांस था, जीरो से डिस्कवरी, जीरो देखिए पूरी कंट्री में कहीं जीरो किसी दूसरी कंट्री ने नहीं, और जीरो का मतलब भी लोग नहीं जानते, तब भारतवर्ष में डेसिमल एंड जीरो ऐसी बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमारे विद्यार्थियों में एक तरीके से वो चाहे क्या रीजन रहे हों, धीरे धीरे आ गया कि जो कुछ भी हम सीखते हैं सब वेस्टर्न से सीखते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है। आज जो है हमको अपनी एविडेंस बेस्ड रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन, मतलब हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमारा देश जो है टेस्ट ट्यूब बेबी बनाया था या गणेश जी का हेड ट्रांसप्लांट किया, हमको उसका प्रूफ देना पड़ेगा। बाहर की कंट्रीज यही कर रही हैं। अभी 1 मंथ बैक, एक 2-3 महीने हो गया, आपने देखा कि चाइना जो है अब जिस तरीके से प्रोडक्शन इंडस्ट्री का होता है उससे चाइल्ड प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं। एक टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप किया है कि पेरेंट्स की जरूरत नहीं है, सीधे सीधे वो इंडस्ट्री में 28 एक साथ में बच्चे जो है 28, ये क्या था टेस्ट, ये कंसेप्ट किसका था, भारतीय था। लेकिन हमने उसको ध्यान नहीं दिया, हम अपनी चीजों को छोड़ दिया। एक उदाहरण के तौर पे देखें, वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। आज टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है, लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी का कितने जो है डिजास्टर होगा आफ्टर सम टाइम्स, क्यों? क्योंकि हम हर चीज को अपने माइंड को, आप न्यूज पढ़िए आपको मिलेगा कि जैसे जैसे ये टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलप हो रही है उसका मिसयूज हो रहा है, उसके कारण हमारा ब्रेन जो है वो संकुचित हो रहा है, ब्रेन की जो मेमोरी पावर है वो खत्म हो रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ रही है लेकिन ब्रेन का जो मेमोरी, इसलिए एक हमारे यहाँ वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स हुआ करता था। मैथमेटिक्स के एक पूरी शंकराचार्य उन्होंने एक बुक लिखी थी और उसको टाटा फंडामेंटल रिसर्च सेंटर मुंबई उन्होंने अपनी लाइब्रेरी में रखने की परमिशन नहीं दिया। एक ब्रिटिश साइंटिस्ट निकोलस जब मुंबई आया और उसने एक सेमिनार में बोला कि इट इज अ मैजिक ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स, दिस बुक इज अ मैजिक ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स, तो वहां के साइंटिस्ट ने उसको ढूंढना शुरू किया और फिर लाइब्रेरी में रखने की परमिशन। वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स द सोर्स ऑफ, मतलब बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजी और सारे का है। और यही एक कोटेशन मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम का। उनके कमरे में कुछ साइंटिस्ट आए, इंडियन साइंटिस्ट, वहां देखा तो उन्होंने एक कैलेंडर लगा हुआ था तो उन्होंने बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। लेकिन जब डॉक्टर एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम ने इसको बोला कि ये तो भारतीय सैटेलाइट से लिए गए हैं, तब उनके चेहरे में वो भाव नहीं आया जो कि आना चाहिए था। इसलिए स्वामी विवेकानंद की 4 संकल्प मैं अपने विद्यार्थियों से उम्मीद करूंगा कि उस पर वो लोग बिल्कुल ध्यान देंगे। स्वामी जी ने एक विकसित भारत 2050 में किस तरीके की संकल्पना उन्होंने की थी, उसमें उनके 5 संकल्प थे। 4 संकल्प मैं आपसे उम्मीद करूंगा कि हमारा विद्यार्थी, हमारा शिक्षक साथी इसको ध्यान देगा। नंबर 1 था विकसित भारत। विकसित भारत कैसे होगा? जब तक हमारे युवाओं की सहभागिता नहीं होगी, क्योंकि युवा ही किसी चीज को परिवर्तित कर सकते हैं। उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान होना चाहिए हमारी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर्स खाली पड़े हैं। वी डोंट हैव क्वालिफाइड साइंटिस्ट। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे सारे साइंटिस्ट बाहर जा रहे हैं। हमारे सारे साइंटिस्ट जो है बड़े बड़े संस्थानों के जो है वो बाहर जा रहे हैं। एंड हमारा जो इंडियन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी जो सेंटर्स हैं वो खाली पड़े हैं। हमारे पास अच्छे साइंटिस्ट यहाँ नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं। इसलिए विकसित भारत का सपना यदि स्वामी विवेकानंद ने देखा था तो आप लोगों के कारण ही देखा था, और आप लोगों को उसमें। दूसरा था विरासत पर गर्व। जिस व्यक्ति ने अपने राष्ट्र, अपने परिवार और अपने संस्थान को गौरव, ये जैसे आप यहाँ पढ़ रहे हैं, यदि आप में ये भाव नहीं होगा कि प्रेस्टीज इंस्टीट्यूट जो है कितना बड़ा ग्रुप है, कितना, जब आप उसका भाव देखेंगे, आप उस पे गर्व करेंगे, उसकी विरासत पर। अभी आपने सुना एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो कितना स्वतंत्रता के पहले से इतना स्ट्रगल करके आज प्रेस्टीज ऐसे नहीं वो बन गया, कितना उसमें स्ट्रगल जैन साहब का रहा है, और उस तब आज ये। इसलिए विरासत पर गर्व करना, हमें अपनी विरासत पे, अपनी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, अपनी नॉलेज सिस्टम पे भारतीय होने में अपना गर्व नहीं करेंगे, इस इंस्टीट्यूट को नहीं करेंगे, तो इसलिए विरासत पर गर्व करना जब तक हम नहीं सीखेंगे, हम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम प्रोग्रेस नहीं कर सकते। गुलामी से मुक्ति, हम कब तक देखते रहेंगे कि हम आज G20 हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर लेके आया है, और पूरे विश्व में आज भारतवर्ष जो है किस स्टेट में है, किस स्टेज में आज करंटली है, इस पर हमें गर्व। और G20 में एग्रीकल्चर में अभी देखिए एक कितना बड़ा बदलाव आया। एक समय ऐसा होता था कि माइनर मिलेट्स, ये जो किसान जो है जिसके यहाँ माइनर मिलेट्स होता था उसको बहुत लोअर सब लोग आज बड़े बड़े 5 स्टार होटल में लोग जो है माइनर मिलेट्स के खाने के लिए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन वो मिल नहीं रहा। और ये पूरा वर्ष जो है 2020 जो है वर्ल्ड मिलेट्स डे ईयर मनाया जा रहा है। ये चीजों को हमको काम करना है। और एक सबसे बड़ा जो मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ, खासतौर से युवाओं से उम्मीद मैं करता हूँ एज ए कुलपति, एज ए पेरेंट्स, एज ए भारतीय होने का, कि नागरिकों के कर्तव्य। भारतवर्ष में इतना पोटेंशियल है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम का वर्क कल्चर है। कभी आपको मिले तो एक किताब आप लोग पढ़िएगा, ये लीडर्स इट्स लॉस्ट। आप लोग इस पे ज्यादा मैं नहीं बोलूंगा, आप उसे पढ़िएगा, केमिस्ट्री ऑफ वर्क कल्चर। बहुत सारे लोग ये सोचते हैं कि हम काम नहीं करेंगे तो हम बहुत प्रसन्न रहेंगे। नो, जो फील गुड हार्मोन्स हैं वो कैसे हमारी बॉडी में बनते हैं, बैड हार्मोन्स एंड गुड हार्मोन्स कैसे बनते हैं, इसको उस बुक में आप जरूर पढ़िएगा। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि खास तौर से प्रेस्टीज जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे तो कम से कम एक नया इतिहास रचने का मैं उनसे उम्मीद करता हूँ, और वो रचेंगे ऐसा मैं मानता भी हूँ। आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई हो। अभी 2-3 दिन पहले नया वर्ष शुरू हुआ है, सृष्टि का भी सृष्टि दिवस भी था, और खासतौर से नववर्ष भी शुरू हुआ है 22 तारीख को, और उस दिन जल दिवस भी था। जल की भी कितनी पर्यावरण की समस्या है, इसलिए मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप सब लोग इस पर जरूर सोचेंगे। और इनोवेशन, और ये अभी सिंह साहब उस पर बोलेंगे, मैं ज़्यादा उस पर नहीं मुझे है, लेकिन बस एक उदाहरण, एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल मैं रामायण का बताऊंगा कि उसमें नेट पे मैंने पढ़ा कि जिसे ब्रांड होता है, ब्रांड इज बेटर देन ब्रांड। मतलब कभी कई ऐसे हैं कि रामचंद्र जी ने एक बार उनको अहंकार हो गया कि जब हमारे नाम का पत्थर तैरता है तो यदि हम स्वयं डालें तो पत्थर क्यों नहीं तैरेगा। वो पत्थर जैसे उन्होंने डाला वो डूब गया। तो जो उनके अंगद वगैरह थे जो पत्थर डाल रहे थे, बोले तो आपका डाला हुआ पत्थर तैर रहा लेकिन हमारा डाला हुआ पत्थर डूब गया। तो उन्होंने बोला कि उसमें राम भी लिखा, ब्रांड लिखी है, आप ब्रांड नहीं हो। आप ओनर हो सकते हो लेकिन ब्रांड नहीं हो, इसलिए ब्रांड प्रेस्टीज है। मुझे उम्मीद है कि जो भी विद्यार्थी यहाँ पढ़ते हैं इसका जरूर वो ध्यान रखेंगे कि हम कहाँ से निकले हैं, कहाँ गए हैं, इसकी ग्लोरी कैसे बढ़ सकती है, इस पर आप लोग ध्यान दें। मैं पुनः आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और खासतौर से प्रेस्टीज मैनेजमेंट को धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
सर, आपके शानदार उद्बोधन के लिए कोटिश धन्यवाद। इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम साइंस टेक्नोलॉजी 17 SDG पर प्रकाश डालने के लिए आपका अनेक आभार तथा अपने इंस्टीट्यूट के बिहाफ में सर मैं आपको आश्वासन देती हूँ कि जो आपने 4 संकल्प लेने के लिए कहा है वो मैं अपने विद्यार्थियों को जरूर दिलवाऊंगी। Next we have an audio-visual presentation of Mr. Samuel John Ferreira D'Souza, diplomat from Embassy of Panama.
Dr. Samuel John Ferreira D'Souza Gonzalez, diplomat, Embassy of Panama. Dr. Samuel Ferreira D'Souza has doctoral degree in business administration from the Swiss School of Business Management in Geneva, Switzerland. He also holds an MBA from INCAE Business School and Babson College, Boston. He has a specialization in advanced finance, capital markets, risk management in financial institutions, business management and supply chain, climate change and health from Yale School of Health, the art of sales, mastering the selling process at Northwestern University in Chicago, Kellogg School of Management and Entrepreneurship, Business and Financial Modeling at the Wharton Business School, University of Pennsylvania. Dr. D'Souza has experience of more than 20 years in corporate and shipping. He was a former Vice Minister of Maritime Affairs from Panama and former Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Central American Maritime Transport Commission and President and member of multiple boards of NGOs directors in Panama. Dr. D'Souza is in charge of Asia Pacific Embassy of Panama in themes related to commerce and trade, investment, finances, and economics, and maritime and logistics. We welcome you, sir.
Now it's time for conferring Mr. Samuel with Global Diplomacy and Management Leadership Award. And for the citation, I would request Dr. Anil Bajpai, sir.
Before we formally present the award to Honorable Diplomat from Panama, a Panamanian, and in my lifetime I have not come across very many sailors who became ministers and diplomats. He was a sailor. He began his life on the ship, a shippie who grew into doing an MBA, a PhD, a Harvard graduate, or whatever else that all of you probably aspire to be. So let me read out the citation of the award that our very own chairman, Dr. Davis Chair, presents to Dr. Samuel Ferreira D'Souza Gonzalez. Is that right? Thank you. So, Samuel John Ferreira D'Souza Gonzalez, diplomat in charge of Asia Commercial and Maritime Affairs, who served as Director General, Senior Advisor, Director, Commercial Officer. The Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dewas, is proud to present the Global Diplomacy and Management Leadership Award to him for his commitment to the diplomatic affairs, decision, education, and knowledge of Asia, commercial, and maritime affairs. Sir, please. And while we are at it, let me just mention something that was not captured in his AV, is that Dr. Samuel John lives in Gurgaon after having moved from somewhere else in Delhi, and he has 3 children, and he is an admirer of our Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. incidentally, his wife is also a diplomat. And the ambassador of Panama to India. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samuel John to deliver his address to us post this award. Thank you so much.
pleasure for me to be here. In this actual prestige university, because it is a prestige university. And first, I would like to say thank you to the counselor, vice counselor, university authorities, government officials from India, which are here, delegates, academics, professors, practitioners, and very especially also to our students, MBAs and masters candidates that are here. I will say that as just to let you know where is Panama, because some of you have heard about, like, I'm from Panama. In Panama, it's basically in the Central American region. We're pretty famous because we have one of the wonders of engineering, which is our Panama Canal. And there's some facts in the numbers. As you see, I am a financial person right now after being a sailor for a couple of years. And one of these facts is that before, as Panamanians, being able to control or to manage the Panama Canal, back in the 1999, where the Panama Canal actually was granted to be in the Panamanian hands. In the past administration of the Panama Canal, we used to have around $30 to $60 million in revenues as a government per year. Now, presently, I will be very proudly to say that those numbers has increased in $2.2 billion a year, which basically is adding out to our GDP for some of the maritime businesses that are in Panama. Most important ones is the 33% of our GDP. So right now our strategy for Panamanian maritime strategy is one of our important things. And that is why one of the reasons that I am here in India, trying to being able to perform that strategy here in Asia. So yes, I have been working into some of academics because I think, as we are really proudly to say, Ratan Tata is saying, if you want to walk far, you want to do it together. And I think education is one of those things. So I just want to encourage our students here to keep on and keeping on studying, because that's the way that you can make a real difference. And if you go through different studies, I think that will be a very good milestone for you guys to have. So this is why I have been able to probably this time for you guys to be sort of an example, because it's just not a matter of being there for quite a while, but just to be always improving as a quality systems. My last performance, it's proudly to say that I'm just starting my master candidate in Harvard, which is this is going to be my last master that I'm about to to complete in the next year. So let's start with the presentation. We're talking about identity. We are proud to say today how Prestige has launched the logo. This is an example of identity. This company, some of you know, some of you don't, it's part of a logo and it's part of the identity of a company which is coming out of the religion of India. So this is the identity that is showing to the world. This company is AJ Best Transport. In AJ Transport, and we're going to start talking about the terms that are bringing me here. It's all about manufacturing of sugar, soya, wine mills. But if you see the aim is to serve customers with unparalleled efficiency and reliability, but also to bring in supply chain solutions. We have been already talked with some of our speakers about supply chain, about effectiveness, about reliability, about efficiency. So that means that the identity is part of the way that you might manage and handle your company, because that's the way that you will be presenting out to the world what you are representing as a company. So that brings me another interesting word which we are talking a lot, and it's innovation. And what does Elon Musk has to say about that? And maybe this is a word that probably Dr. Agit, maybe you can also place or put somewhere around this hall, because innovation often doesn't come from a breakthrough idea, but a relentless focus of continuous improvement. And this is about the companies. This is about the operations that we are handling with innovation in every way, every part of our endeavors. So this is something that I want you guys to keep in mind. Now I'm coming to numbers. I just want to bring you some interesting details about Latin America and India. India and Panama has been, in Latin America, has been having relations since 1943. Whether they established several embassies, and today there's 16 missions from India in Latin America in about 33 countries. Recently also there's a Dominican Republic and Paraguay. You have seen Dr. Shankar around that area also with people from the MEA. But the interesting facts of Latin America, if you see Latin America as a block, we are the 13% of the world. Also, our population is 641 million people as a block. When I meet people around India and I said like, yeah, I'm coming from Panama, and how many people or population? 4 million, 5 million. Oh, but it's the same like Gurgaon city or whatever. So, but I said, no, but you have to see Panama as a block, part of Latin America, because there's many opportunities there. And of course, our GDP, based us as a region, is $4.1 trillion, which is pretty interesting. Economic trade exports. We're talking about $42.2 billion in trade from 2021-2022. And these are the topics: pharmaceuticals, chemicals, vehicles, synthetic scrapyards, software. And the companies that are having presence in Latin American in Latin American countries. Some of them, I just brought some of the logos. You might be already heard about Tata, for instance. We have Mr. Ratan Tata, which is also an inspiration for me. These are the companies that are already in Latin America doing business. Mahindra, UBL, Aditya Group, Gurech, Hero. So what these companies has brought to Latin America, it's an estimated of $14 billion in trade, creating 70,000 jobs. So that means that for Latin America, India is a very important partner. And that is why you will be able to see, as Dr. Jain mentioned, India is right now escalating in the global economy and is the 5th economy of the world. And you guys are in this present time, and you guys are the one who need to take advantage. So, what is Latin America giving to India? Now I have presented India to Latin, but Latin to India. Latin America brings to India around 80% of energy imports, 21% of goals. Some of them are coming from South America, like for instance Peru, Bolivia, or Ecuador. These countries that are also bringing, like soya, for example, from Argentina, from Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina. And one important company that has just established in Panama as our strategy on pharmaceuticals, it's MSN Group. So you can see how are your opportunities as MBAs, as masters, that maybe it's not just a matter of staying in the country working, but maybe some of these companies are even giving opportunities to go abroad and working in other countries. So that is an interesting fact for you. So what does this analysis bring me to go through? It's because I have just finished a research studies into India providing frameworks over the global economy. My research is about developing a framework for supply chain management disruptions in India companies. So we have been discussing today about how India is impacting the world in different fields, geopolitically, economy, pharma. So all these things are giving the difference. And this is how I have became through this problem statement, because the real problem right now is that yes, you would like to do all these businesses in the world, but India cannot control what is happening in the world. In the situation, it's fact of global supply chain disruptions, and we have heard a lot about that. Ships stopped in ports. For example, you have seen the Ever Given case, which is a ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal about 2 years ago, and it brought about $9.6 billion in loss every day, in which I said maybe it's not even countable or accountable, because when we talk about not being able to bring the present for Christmas to a little boy, this doesn't have a price. So some things are even, you can even count, you can even value on that. That's what the problem is all about. So it means that the problem in effects of supply chain disruptions are basically out of that. 94% of Fortune 1000 companies are seeing global supply chains disruptions in their strategies. 75% are looking strongly negative impacts from supply chain disruptions. 55% of companies are already planning just downgrade their operations because maybe they cannot control or they are not able to bring a new innovation idea to the company that cannot overcome this situation. And everything of that brings us out of the stock of materials, out of the stock of medicines, out of the stock of products from the companies that are working globally around. So this is a serious matter. So let's come with a research question. So then what can we do? How can I do in order to maintain holistic supply chain actions to overcome the supply chain disruptions? This is the real question. So if you go through the fact of the gap of the research, that will tell you if you can be able to develop some managerial decisions to cover or help the supply chain management disruptions in the SMEs, companies, organizations, then you will probably be able to make a difference and for them to be able to go over business excellence and innovation to improve in a world of competitiveness. So in order to analyze that, I have brought several theories, because this is all about, the PhDs, the doctorate, that's what we do. We have to bring theories, we have to bring knowledge to the world, we have to always argue about possible scenarios. So, to analyze the strategies out of that during the pandemic, there are some theories, and I just want to mention two of them, that are based on what Isabel and Al said in 2020, that one possibility is to also bring the 5 forces of Michael Porter. MBAs probably are very aware about Michael Porter, which is the father of competitiveness. So if you go and analyze all the facts of the companies, but also if you're able to bring excellent theories and frameworks for making strategic business decisions, as per my mentor, Anand 2021 said, this is another way to do it. So coming into the 5 forces of Michael Porter, yes, that can be bargaining power of buyers, that can be going through looking what are the entrants or the people that are coming to play in the field. So you have to be able to understand which are your competitors, which are not, what the difference of innovations that you can do. And that is why Michael Porter said, I mean, if you're able to raise competitiveness, then you will be able to rise prosperity in the company, but at the end of the day, it's all about the value creation, because this is what management brings to the table in terms of business excellence. At the end of the day, the shareholders and the stakeholders that are working together, they want to have the value creation of the company, because this is what the company it's all about. So the methodology that I brought is a qualitative descriptive analysis based on 2 groups of companies, and I decided to work along with Indian companies because I am as a Panamanian. I've been, for 3 years in this country, almost 2 years more, year and a half, and I would like just to bring or give back to the country something that I can be able to give as a knowledge, because I am really grateful and I'm really glad to be here as this country has accepted me and my family. So I have came through the Indian conglomerate Tata Group and Mahindra in order to get some data, and some of the top management seniors and directors from these companies has helped me out to get those data that I really needed. And that data was about the intention of pieces of information from these 2 important frameworks that are being studied and used in the United States and also over the world. Actually, Malcolm Baldrige and Deming criteria is also being used by the Tata Group of companies. So these 2 theories of business excellence has a lot of frameworks that are being able to lead to the business excellence. So what were the results? So the results, based on the conclusions that we have assessed, we assess core values and competencies in the company, we assess customers' resilience, we assess perspective on competitors, efficiency ways of growth, social and corporate governance, and if you see, some of these worlds are also related to the topics of technology, innovation, and management, which is all about our conference today. So these are the trending topics that are in the world right now. So we are in this conference that are really getting into the idea of what is happening here, what is happening in the world, what is happening in the corporate field. So the conclusions, and this is my last slide, is out of the challenges that Indian companies have, particularly organizations that are fighting to remain alive. As I mentioned in the beginning, some of these companies are even thinking to reduce their operations, but some of them have been able to grow. So when you have these kind of disruptions, are opportunities for ones, but also negative for others. So the 6 areas that my theory is about in terms of strategic alignment for the companies to be able to use are this. The first one is to select a framework of excellence. So if the company is able to select just one framework, can be Malcolm Baldrige, can be them in Cycle, can be anyone. The thing is that being able to focus on effective management and business performance. So that's the first thing that the company might be able to use. The second thing is just to select the best strategy that fits the organization. The strategy based on low cost, the strategy based on of quality of products. So will be depending, of course, of what is the company is doing, but select the best strategy that suits. Third, have the trained people ready. So when you guys are joining to organization and the company is able to train you and to prepare you, that means that is taking care of you, and you are the ones that are going out and being able to sell and being able to negotiate what company needs and so you're going to be part of that success that will be bringing the company to the big numbers and the value creation. The fourth thing is a good structure of support with necessary resources. I mean, if the board of directors is telling me that you have to go over the market and now trying to gain the 20% of new market, and if I don't have resources, then it's impossible. So the commitment of the company or the organization is there. Prepare and give the necessary resources. The fifth thing, having in place a strong improvement process should be or might be ISO, might be Six Sigma, might be any other model, but that will bring you a sort of a structure order in the company based on your sales, based on your numbers, based on your procurement, based on your customers. So that's the structure that you will be able to meet to make a difference. And 6, strong culture based on center on the customers and good employees environment. So that will mean values. And I have seen here in many companies in India, this part, which is a difference, the core values of the company. Of course, when I study the Tata companies, it's just, you can talk to one of the people that is in the front desk of the hotel from Tata, and this guy, it's identified with the core values. Everyone in their chain, it's identified. So the company is really investing in the core values. For instance, as an example here, as a prestige university, how commit it's all the people, all the group in the core values. And when we see the video from Mr. Jain and what he did for this country and that he did for this organization is right now still part of the values of all of us, of all of you also. So finally, I just want to say, because if I am an academic, I have to unfortunately tell you that you have to read and you have to study. And this is the 3 books that I might want you to consider. And one of them is from what also it was said before, a person that I really admire, it's Dr. Shankar, which is the India Way that he wrote, and I have read about like 2-3 times because this is every time that I read it, I found something different. It's amazing. And also this book from Sunil Mitas, this is an ex-Tata group. This book has made me think about the way that the Tata companies are looking into the business, which is not only related to bring more incomes or more revenues. It's just what they do is just how immediately going back to the people, build the nation, go back to India and build the nation. And the last book from Dr. David Anand, which is my mentor, and he was my mentor in my PhD. He's from South Africa, and he has brought interesting thoughts in the entrepreneurial management. So I just want to say my last word, really thank you so much, and for the students to keep on and keeping on, because if you stick into technology, innovation and management for innovation, organization and social transformation, you will be success. I can say for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful presentation and sharing your research work. Now it's time to pay the AV of sparkling, dynamic guest of honor, Mr. Siddharth Rajan, Management Thought Leader and Policy Specialist from United Nations. Sir,
Mr. Siddharth Rajan, Principal Policy Officer, United Nations, New York. Mr. Siddharth Rajan is an international career diplomat. He has completed his studies from Harvard Business School at Harvard University. Mr. Siddharth has illustrious career spanning across Silicon Valley and Singapore with tech giants in varied roles. He has worked at Apple and spearheaded Apple's Everyone Can Code project, which paved the way for his keynote as the first Indian at the Worldwide Developers Conference. Siddharth is an Apple WWDC veteran and has been a popular figure at Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference every year. He also heads his startup called Spacify as a co-founder and CEO, which has been working to provide satellite-powered internet on Alternate in Singapore and parts of rural India as part of the Digital India initiative. In this regard, he received the patronage of the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and worked under his guidance. Mr. Rajans was a keynote speaker in over 231 conferences, including major platforms in the international speaking circuit like TEDx, IEEE Annual Congress, Toastmasters International, TechRich, International Conference on Social Entrepreneurship, United Nations, and several IITs, IIMs, and NIT Fests. He has featured in several print media and electronic media and has been part of over 500 national news interviews and prime-time debates over the years. Mr. Siddharth is on the board of several universities, including DAVV Indore, Symbiosis Indore, RGPV Bhopal, and de facto advisor to several others, including IIT Khanpur, NIT Kurukshetra, IIM Ahmedabad, and in IIMS Mumbai and Bangalore, for bridging the industry academia gap. He is an award-winning innovator, having been awarded at many IIMs, IITs, NITs, and universities across India. We welcome you.
May I now request Mr. Rajan for his address, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And like they say, the hour before lunch and the hour after lunch are the toughest. The hour before because you have to eat, and the hour after because you are in a coma after the food that you have just had. And so now I come from Delhi right now, and there's a thing in Delhi called the Punjabi anesthesia, which is chole bhature and lassi on top of that. That's the Punjabi anesthesia. So, right. So coming back to the theme of today's discussion about this international conference. First of all, thank you so much, Ajit sir, for extending the warm invitation. This is probably my second or third time. Second time to this campus and third time to the PIMR group in general. So I'm thankful to everyone, to NN Jain Saab, whom I met a couple of years back at an orientation program at the UG campus. Received his book, Dewas sir, his brother Jitin sir, Pavan Kumar Singh sir from the Tiruchirappalli campus. I'm a Tamilian myself, so yes, so happy to have someone from down Tamil Nadu. Vanakkam, of course sir. And to Akhilesh sir, the Vice Chancellor of Vikram University, Shriyant, and my dear friend Samuel from the Embassy of Panama, whom I had the honor of hosting during the Pravasi Bharatiya Dewas, along with Her Excellency Madam Yasir, the Ambassador of Panama, sir from the Director of Prestige Group of Industries, and everyone else. And my dear friend Anil sir, whom I just met backstage and had a lot of interesting insights around world geopolitics, which is what we generally deal with. Coming back to this agenda of this international conference, a lot of warm things were said, in specific around my experience at Harvard. So around 6 years back, there was a major lecture at Harvard Business School. A very senior scientist turned management expert had come. I won't take his name because what I'm about to say might appear a little controversial. Just like the documentary on Modi that came out, right, by BBC, which my senior diplomat Arindam Bakshi very nicely trashed the world media, and justifiably so, which there was one sentence he said while banning the documentary, right, that BBC had released, that it reeks of a colonial mindset. And that exact feeling I felt at a lot of times in my life. We all know, and I felt, that there is a latent sense of racism for all our countries who have been under some form of colonial occupation. Of us, of course, 190 years of the British rule from 1757, the Battle of Plassey, to 1947. And same goes for Panama, right? It gained its independence from the Spanish occupation. So while at Harvard, at one of these conferences, and there were about 3,000 students seated, and this professor was explaining a very interesting research about levo-rotation, like Achilles mentioned about botany. So I'll begin this conference on a scientific note from there. He was mentioning about levo-rotation regarding amino acids, and he was explaining a lot of complicated equations, and the audience was kind of just gazing onto the screen without nodding in anticipation. So at one point of time, this professor looks at the audience and he just asked, you guys know what are amino acids, right? And none of the audiences were keen to answer. Kisi ka answer mein unka haath nahi utha, and nobody looked eager to answer. And then he looked at a bunch of us who were seated on the corner, looking at us from at a place like Harvard, from so-called third world countries. A lot of my friends were from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from Nepal. वहाँ जाके हम सब दोस्त हो जाते, पता नहीं यहाँ क्या हो जाता है हमें. Right, so we were seated there. And then he looked at us. You wouldn't happen to know it, do you? He said, thinking that amino acids were something very extraordinarily scientific in nature, and probably thinking that we were not taught of that in school. And then and this wasn't a conference I was supposed to attend. It was just that I had 2 lectures off, and I just happened to be there for the conference. And it was a scientific conference, not something in my domain. And then I just happened to think a little deep, and then I raised my hand. And he said, you want to share something? And then he went on to say something like, I'm not sure if it's about amino acids, is it? Because that was the question posed in front of the class. And I just happened to say, sir, the amino acids you just asked about are Lysine, arginine, histidine, aspartic acid, glutamic acid, serine, theriodine, asparagine, glutamine, tyrosine, cysteine, glycine, alanine, valine, leucine, isoleucine, methionine, proline, phenylalanine, and tryptophan. In a crowd of students from 145 countries, over 3,000 of them, I was the only one to answer that. I'm not saying this because I feel a sense of superiority against having trashed that professor's question. But that was one moment I felt really proud about being an Indian. You know why? ये मैंने कहाँ पढ़ा था? Even though chemistry is not my major, I studied computer science, engineering, and later on management and diplomacy. I studied this because I took PCM, like most of us do. I studied this in one corner of 11th standard की NCERT book. Page number 45, अगर आज भी किताब नहीं बदली है 15-16 सालों में, you will find it in one corner, in a very badly printed format, in a 20 rupee textbook of 11th standard in India. I found it in that format. And that, my friends, is the beauty of the Indian education system. That we so often say that it's so competitive. India में तो यार education is foreign में देखो. And that is the beauty of the Indian education system. That is the reason why there is every CEO of a global giant is an Indian. There is a reason why there is Sundar Pichai at Google, a Satya Nadella at Microsoft, a Shiv Nadar at HCL, from Airbnb to MasterCard to OnlyFans to even the chairperson of World Bank is an Indian lady, Anshula Kant in Washington DC, who was the former director of State Bank of India. Every single company in Silicon Valley. You know, when Larry Page and Sergey Brin, the founders of Google, handed over the entire empire to an Indian guy, Sundar Pichai, in their note, there is a website called abc.xyz that they just set it up for the sake of creating this umbrella company called Alphabet, under which all these companies of Google are now aligned. So in that website, abc.xyz, they have a founder's note. I want you to go home and read that. There's a line they mentioned that the reason why we are handing over the company and not just making Sundar the CEO of Google and eventually the whole of Alphabet is because he has an encyclopedic knowledge of every product, service, and every partner vertical that we have ever created. And that is where. And Sundar Pichai, for your information, is a metallurgical engineer from IIT Kharagpur. And that is the beauty of the Indian education system. We come across so many facts, so many figures, so many statistics, so much data. We crunch so much data, both literary and statistical, that we are able to apply it when called for by the world. And that is where I feel India has an immense potential. By the very nature of the conference, the International Conference for Transformation around Management and Technology, this decade is India's decade. And I just don't say it because we are in a G20 allied year. This is truly India's decade, because India has persevered through so many years, having built those institutions and having mastered that. And it is now time that our youth comes forward and takes up this responsibility. So I have some interesting examples to share. Because I come from a tech background, so not going too much into organic chemistry or botany, coming back to what I actually do. Do you know how the internet happened? Any one of you? Which year it happened? Which decade it happened? I'm sure that some of you would say that, you know, we have just started with our BBA and MBA, so probably it was much before we were born, but not so much before. It was still in the 90s, right? You were still like a 85 or 90-year-old guy in your Pichla Janam waiting for both the internet and Bhagwan ka Bulawa to happen. But then, what year was it?
1969.
Huh?
1969.
69 se thoda baad. I'm talking about the internet, World Wide Web. 60s and 70s were the years when we laid down a technology called deep sea cables. But after that, something happened in the 90s. Anyone? Huh? And who was the father of World Wide Web? Agar aisa Tim Berners-Lee, right? 93, 94. So what happened? We laid down a lot of wires. We then realized that we can connect a lot of computers around the world. If we can connect that, that will give birth to a Mayajal. That Mayajal in this case is called the World Wide Web. So Tim Berners-Lee, a computer scientist from the US, recognized that this would eventually lead to a lot of websites, a lot of flow of information happening around the world. So he called it the World Wide Web. That was in the year 93-94. After that, one major milestone happened in the business of the internet that dominates every single business, from supply chain to botany to management. Every single business in the world has been touched by the internet. It has transformed, which is why this is the most important question when we talk of a conference like this. So, 93 के बाद एक major चीज हुई, वो क्या थी? Just like when telephones came, someone realized we need a directory, a yellow pages, right, to connect all those telephones together. Similarly, there were two boys who realized we need a yellow pages for the internet. And उस yellow pages का नाम क्या है? Google. And who were the two boys? Larry Page and Sergey Brin, right? So in the, why I am coming to this example is, there is an Indian brain behind it. Not a lot of people know, the late Professor Rajiv Motwani at Stanford University, a computer science professor, in 1996, wrote a path-breaking research paper called the PageRank algorithm, using at least 10,000 mathematical equations, and computer science of that time wrote a path-breaking paper on page ranking algorithm for websites to create a model for a search engine. Larry Page and Sergey Brin were his doctoral students, just like my dear friend Sammy is finishing his doctoral thesis right now. They were his doctoral students at Stanford. And in 1997, they decided that why not create a project around this. That project on page rank algorithm was called Google. They created that website. And as fortune would have it, the rest is history. In 1997, Google was launched. The first major milestone in what we would eventually see as the business of the internet. Thereafter comes the first decade of the internet, from 2000 to 2010. Now we had a search engine in place, but we didn't have a model for the internet. All we could do on the internet back then was search for websites, search for information, and of course use emailing, because that's what Google essentially catered to. Then came another boy who realized that we have connected websites, and by that the amount of information overload on the internet, but we can connect people also. And that gave birth to a phenomena around which you guys were born. Your entire generation was born, called social networking, the entire business of social networking. Now I want to mention a very important example here, a slight offbeat example. Social networking did not happen because of Facebook, it happened because of someone else. Can you name that person? So there was a website called MySpace. Do you remember that? MySpace नाम की एक वेबसाइट आई थी, और उससे भी ज्यादा एक वेबसाइट पॉपुलर हुई थी, उसका नाम कोई बताएगा? और आप चाहो तो आज ही जाके इंस्टाग्राम पे आप सर्च कीजिए, ऑर्कुट बायोकुटन आप सर्च कीजिए. Orkut was the father of social networking. I'm actually trying to see if my net is good enough and it opens up Orkut's page right now on Instagram. The guy has nearly 8,000 followers on Instagram. Can you believe it? Orkut Bayokutan, आप जाके search कीजिए. No one on earth knows him, and he's literally the father of an internet phenomena known as social networking, on the precipice of which every single business on the internet today, every single app that we use on our phone today was based. You know why? Orkut did not persevere enough. Perseverance is the single biggest key in transforming anything from management to technology to startups. This is the guy, Orkut Bayokutan. Literally, like Mahatma Gandhi is the father of the nation, this guy should get the credit to be the father of everything on the internet. And no one knows him. You know why? He was a product manager at Google. Google could allow this cool technique or technology that you could use, after work hours. You could use their infrastructure, the teams, the funds, and a little bit of resources on the station to create something. Orkut created a website. It became super viral. In fact, my generation, when we reached 10th or 12th or 11th, we were in that phase when Orkut was the number one thing. We had to go on to Orkut and send scraps and texts and messages to people. And that guy did not persevere. One day Google said, listen, we are offering you $5 million. Sell this website to us. It was launched on his name. He said, fine, I am getting a very brilliant exec. He sold something worth $5 million, something worth billions in nearly $5 million to Google. Now Google, it did not have its core competency. Google was a search engine. Google was an emailing client. They did not have its core competency in social networking. And you know what happened. If you go read, just press Orkut.com right now, I think the URL is dead by now. But a couple years before, if you could do, it would say that this is in memory of the first thing that happened on the internet. You can still download an archive of your scraps and messages here. That was Orkut for you. He just sold it, and Google was never able to run it. Around the same time, another thing happened. We'll come back to the Orkut example again. But around the same time, there was a guy called Mark Zuckerberg, like you know. And he happened to join first year of computer science, the undergraduate program at Harvard. And what did Zuckerberg do? Facebook or social networking wasn't Zuckerberg's original idea. There is a movie I want you to watch. It's called The Social Network. Go home and watch it today. It's available on Prime. If you don't have Prime subscription, it's fine. Go to YouTube and watch it. If you don't have YouTube also, go on the internet. There is a pirated version. Watch it. This is where piracy is brilliant because it helps us with such things. So coming back to the Facebook example, Mark Zuckerberg. There were two brothers, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, the Winklevoss twins. They were fourth-year students of psychology and economics at Harvard. Having studied psychology, they knew that we want to create something that will keep people hooked on. We talk of customer retention in management. What better example of customer retention is there than social media? Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, they understood that. And they created a framework around that. They said, we want to create a social networking website. And they hadn't yet decided the name. They gave a small message onto the campus notice board saying, we'll pay $100 a week to someone who can help us code the website. The one thing they did not know here is coding. So they obviously had to hire someone. Mark Zuckerberg was a first-year student. He was well versed in just two languages back then, C++ and Java. And that is what Facebook was originally coded on. All the complexities you see on Facebook today, that they were coded on that lame language called C++, which we do not even care to study during 11th and 12th when we take computer science as an optional in school. That was what Mark Zuckerberg did. You know, in 1 month, it exploded on campus. Hundreds and thousands of people were signing up. Within 2 weeks, campuses around Ivy League, from Stanford to UCT to Columbia to Pennsylvania to Stanford, were all signing up. Within 2 months, it had over 500K, 500,000 subscribers in the continental United States. You know what happened? Zuckerberg just flew once to San Francisco, to California, the home of Silicon Valley. There, a guy called Sean Parker, who made Spotify, the Ghana app, was waiting. He had just sold Spotify to Napster, another major company. He had received around $45 million out of that deal. He told Zuckerberg, I am investing $5 million in your idea. This is the next big thing on the internet. You leave everything and you come to Silicon Valley and I'll help you set up this company. Zuckerberg did exactly that. The Winklevoss twins, by the way, had no clue. They were thinking, हमको $100 per हफ्ता देना है, 2 महीने का हम उसको $800 दे देंगे. Within 4 months, Zuckerberg's net worth, with Facebook of course, was close to around $55 million. Within a year, he had raised funding close to the tune of $2 billion. Within 1.5 years, Mark Zuckerberg was Time Person of the Year, and Facebook was, in fact, a $15 billion company. And that is when the Winklevoss twins got up. Oh, this is our idea. So obviously they were a rich dad's children, so they went ahead, pursued a lawsuit. They said, this is our idea. Obviously the judge was also not in favor of them, but because Zuckerberg didn't want any further problems, he gave them $600 million in a lawsuit that cleared it. They felt really happy. You know what they did with that money? वो दोनों उसके बाद गए और अपना MBA किया. The lamest thing to do, and they felt that we have conquered the world. And today both of them work in McKinsey & Company in London. Whereas Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, now the company known as Meta, is a $700 billion giant. And McKinsey & Company, by the way, as a consultancy firm, works on some of the projects that Facebook has outsourced for like 100th of the amount that they would have to pay an engineer on site. You know what's the beauty in this example? Obviously perseverance and all of that, which obviously Orkut Biobutton did not show, but more than that, a lot of things. First of all, coding. हम जब कॉलेज में आके कहते हैं, you know, we don't know coding, I'm a BCom student, I'm a BBA student. We all love to learn foreign languages, right? Like I got trained in Spanish and French because it's one of the working languages at the UN. We all learn a language. Similarly, technology has a language, and that language is called coding. In today's times, you cannot say that ये मेरे syllabus में नहीं है इसलिए मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ. You have all the resources on planet Earth, from Udemy to Udacity to Khan Academy to edX to Coursera. So do a basic working knowledge around C++, Java, Python. These PHP, these languages will change your career forever. This is exactly what happened with the Winklevoss twins. They said we don't know to code, they hired someone else. Also, at the code, the Winklevoss twins constantly kept saying, sir, this is our idea. You know, ideas are no one's monopoly. Like Dhirubhai Ambani, the great entrepreneur, said, ideas are no one's monopoly. Vision without execution is delusion. अगर आपने सोचा बट आपने किया नहीं तो वो मात्र आपका भ्रम है. आप भ्रम में जीते रहते हैं. ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं जो इस भ्रम में जीते रहते हैं. कुछ लोग हमेशा in this era of entrepreneurship, a lot of people come and say that we have a great idea, but sir, I am afraid that I don't want my idea to go out in the public. If you search on LinkedIn right now, self mode. A lot of entrepreneurs say we are working on self mode. There is no such thing as self mode in the world of innovation and entrepreneurship in an ever-changing market. In a market where the biggest VC firm, the Silicon Valley Bank, just crashed, right? In a market as dynamic as this, there is no such thing as self mode. हम secretively काम कर रहे हैं. अगर आपको महान आइडिया चाहिए, if you need great ideas, go to a graveyard, because that is where all people with great ideas are buried. If you want average ideas but brilliant execution, go to the nearest grocery store, go to the nearest sabji wala, go to the nearest kirane wala. These are ordinary mediocre ideas but have been executed well. So unless you don't execute it, it's a delusion. All great ideas go to the graveyard. Only the ones that get executed make it out in the world. So do not ever think that if you have an idea, if you want to chase something in entrepreneurship, if you want to contribute to this dream of a changing India, do not think that my idea will get stolen. And someone once told me that if you have such a fear of your idea getting stolen, all you need to do is write a postcard and take a postcard, write down the idea and post it to yourself. In a week's time, it will come to your address with the seal and stamp of the postal department. In case, Khuda na khasta, sometime in future, someone uses that idea, and if you wish to go to court, you will have an actual tangible proof. A Government of India seal of the Department of Post, Government of India, saying that on this date your idea was valid, and his wasn't. And that is the only way you can safeguard an idea. There is nothing more you can do about it. So execution is key. And that is what brings me to an important point. There are two kinds of students I have seen in my life. And not just students, professionals, academicians, professors, everyone. One who chase perfection, who are good at it and want to perfect it. And one who are not good at it and hence are afraid that if we do it, it might not turn out good enough. Both these extremes are not good. There is no need to chase perfection in this world. I have seen this myself. There is no need to make it perfect. Just do it. Doing is better than doing it perfect. Doing merely is better than doing it the best. Merely doing will take you far, rather than trying to perfect it or living in the fear of not doing it right. Either of these extremes are not good. Just keep doing it, whatever you want. And that's what brings me to an important point about the importance of research in undergraduate or postgraduate studies. I'm sure you are not pursuing something around a PhD or an MPhil and you don't wish to work in the academia space. That's fine. But your research skills are a testimony of your technical skill set, of your analytical bent of mind to a future employer. And that is what मैं चाहता हूँ. यार आज की तारीख में हम वो जो resume लिखते आए हैं ना वर्ड पे, आज भी जब मैं कोई students they send me an internship resume at the UN or anywhere else, वो MS Word का मेरे को डॉक्यूमेंट भेजते हैं 5 पेज का जिसके ऊपर करिकुलम पैटर्न लिखा रहता है, योर नेम, योर मदर्स नेम, फादर्स नेम, ब्लड ग्रुप क्यों चाहिए मुझे, खून चढ़ाना है आपको, इंटरव्यू एड्रेस, एंड आफ्टर दैट there is work experience in which there are some random internship certificates, and then there is academic experience जिसमें कि अभी भी हम 10th 12th subjects के वो लिखे जा रहे हैं, irrelevant data that in a global changing multinational scenario is of no great significance. And उसके बाद आता है co-curricular activities, जिसमें हम अभी भी school level rangoli making, college level basketball competition, we're writing those things. Google does not want to hire you, or UN does not want to hire you for your rangoli making skills. So it is time we start writing relevant data on our CVs and make better CVs. One of those pieces is obviously some entrepreneurial experience. Even if it's a failed one, it's fine. In a world such as ours, even failed entrepreneurial experience is valuable. Because you had the idea of trying to do something, understanding the market and launching a product, and you learned from that experience. And this is the best time you can do it. I'm sure in your 30s, in your 40s, you won't be able to do it because you will have other responsibilities. Kuch nahi to you will have a husband or a wife at home who won't allow you to do it. You will have kids who will definitely not allow you to do anything apart from their school homework. So this is the only time when you can actually go out, take risks. Take andhadhun risk. Yani you can take your bike and race up to 120, which obviously I would not advise. You can go to chai sutta bar and do chai and sutta, which again I would not advise. But there are greater risks to take than obviously road rage and cancer. The risk here is take the risk of life, the risk of putting your money, putting your ideas to test, putting your hard work to test. That is the kind of risk we want. And that is something you can pursue. And for that, in the CV area, there is one segment called research skills that I want you to add from now on. As part of this conference, I want everyone, and with Ajit sir's guidance, I want everyone to mention that. Obviously, you have so many doctorates in your college itself, from Ashima ma'am to Yogen sir, Ajit sir, whom I have known for a while. All of them can help you with one, like in the journal I just read, there were abstracts. These abstracts are what you need. And again, in today's times, you don't need like a actual accredited journal to publish them. All you need is a GoDaddy website. A GoDaddy website, domain name free, and economy Linux hosting only for 770 rupees. Your website, .com website will be ready in 700 rupees. And then you will say, sir, hame coding nahi aati. There is the great Indian engineering friend called WordPress. Just go download a WordPress theme, go to YouTube, look at a free tutorial, in a weekend's time, and the amount of money you spend on a boyfriend or girlfriend, and even then they are unhappy, you can spend that money onto a website and create that website and start publishing these PDFs. There is a simple WordPress widget called PDF Uploader. Once you have that in your dashboard, all you need to do is all these simple Word documents. Again, case study pedagogy is considered the gold mine, the single biggest resource in management education. It was pioneered by Harvard Business School, but I'm sure like Pawan sir would have to share, the IIMs have also followed suit. The case study pedagogy or methodology is what we preach in management education today. Those case studies need not be written by an HBS professor or by an industry veteran, can be written by all of you. And in terms of writing a case study, even if it's not new, it's okay. Anyhow, in India, there is no concept such as new. Or even in the startup domain, there is no concept such as new. Every startup is a ripoff of a previously successful American startup. हर Yelp का Zomato है, हर Airbnb का Oyo Rooms है, हर Uber का Ola है, even Amazon का Flipkart है. And Sachin Bansal, Vinny Bansal, by the way, the founders of Flipkart did exactly that. They were computer science engineers, passed out of IIT Delhi, worked in Amazon for a few years, understood their inventory management, understood the coding, built their algorithm and launched Flipkart, India's so-called #1 unicorn. So that is exactly what these people have done. And this is something that you can also do with reference to research skills. You can write your own case studies. It can be from a different perspective. It can be from for a different demography. If you are a 23-year-old, you can write it for students between the age group of 18 to 22. How to approach this domain. So just write 4 or 5 page Word documents. वो तो हम सब कर ही सकते हैं. Word के documents तो हम वैसे भी Wikipedia से copy करके सालों से चिपकाते आए हैं, right? Control C, Control V तो करना है. Obviously, you can do that and write some more genuine part to it. And then you have something incredible that has changed the way the research industry is going to flourish. And उस website या app का नाम क्या है? ChatGPT. ChatGPT के बारे में अगर आपने नहीं सुना, तो आप एक कुएं के अंदर रह रहे हैं. Literally, आप एक पत्थर के living under a rock. ChatGPT has changed. Previously, if some researcher had to write a page, even a mere page, there will be so many plagiarism issues because he would have ultimately used that data from somewhere on the internet, and most commonly from Wikipedia. Sometimes even very senior researchers, when they submit papers, and if I happen to go through, कभी-कभी मुझे सुपरस्क्रिप्ट में 4 और 5 लिखा मिल जाता है. वो क्या है मैडम? विकिपीडिया में जो हमें लिंक डालना पड़ता है for verification of that line. Even that superscript or subscript is copied as it is in a Word document, and this is the reality, guys. But ChatGPT has changed that. You just go to ChatGPT, and now with ChatGPT 4 being launched by OpenAI and mixing it with Canva, which is a great graphics interface, the game has changed. Now researchers, the number one, when people were saying now with the advent of AI and with ChatGPT that jobs are going to go obsolete, the first thing in my mind was shipping industry never gonna lose its job, diplomacy will never lose its job, management will never lose its job. The one area is researchers. The area of research, the concept of plagiarism will become obsolete, my friends. All you need to do is just copy paste the article from Wikipedia and tell ChatGPT to write this note on emerging market trends in supply chain management or emerging market trends in macroeconomics, and write a small 5-page document on it without any plagiarism, with minimal plagiarism. Within 5 minutes, ChatGPT will generate that entire document for you, and so that there is no plagiarism or no citation problem on the internet. That document alone, my friend, is a Word document for you. That is your thesis. And that document you can save as a PDF. That is the only technical skill set you need. You don't need to know coding. You just need to know save as. And go, instead of saving as a docx document, just go on the drop-down menu and select PDF. And that's all you need to create a case study. Something that Harvard Business School or IIM Ahmedabad or ISB Hyderabad or IIM Trichy or any of these institutions have created an entire framework on. That's all you need. And that PDF document, go and upload it on the website I just mentioned. On your website, use those hyperlinks, the .pdf hyperlinks onto your resume. I think that will be a fantastic start to including research skills on your CV. So I don't think there can be anything better than that, right? So try doing that. Work around these areas. Like I mentioned, perseverance is key in entrepreneurship or in career. Don't give up very soon. If you start writing exams, many people keep writing the UPSC till the 6th or the 7th attempt, and many people leave it just after the 2nd attempt. Similarly, people do that with a lot of things in life. The only people successful in today's times are those who persevere. And just do it. No matter if it's perfect or the best, that doesn't matter. Merely doing it is wonderful in today's times. So start doing it. Start building on your social media handles. Social networking has never been a greater tool to boost your entire profile. So start doing that. And on entrepreneurship, just start working around these areas as I mentioned. Entrepreneurial skills, research skills, I think that is more than enough in today's times to try and create a difference. That's what I essentially wanted to contribute to today's forum. When we talk of all these tech companies, we have seen the scenario, how many layoffs are happening with Meta, with Google, with Microsoft, with Amazon, 9,000, 10,000, 12,000. Every other week I hear all these layoffs happening. And then comes the great Twitter debacle. Elon Musk with his 60 wives and 140 children trying to ruin the single biggest thing that happened on the internet, Twitter. Every single day you hear some news happening. And this is because not all great innovators make good bosses. Elon Musk is a great innovator. He has created probably the single biggest private NASA of our times, SpaceX. He created all these multi-billion-dollar businesses. But to be a better human being and to be a better manager is what counts. Today the entire world, and especially the tech community in Silicon Valley, is abusing Elon Musk day in and day out. He fired people like anything. In fact, Twitter has closed all of its offices in India. There are only 3 people working for Twitter in India. And when the other day a minister reached out to me saying that we need some compliance, this particular tweet about some issue that was being circulated around Modi and the BBC documentary, we wanted that to be handled by Twitter. And we didn't have a point of contact. Twitter just has 3 employees in India, और वो भी बेचारे वर्की से काम कर रहे हैं, like a co-working space out of Delhi. They don't have an office. So great innovators don't make great managers. So be a better human being, inculcate these ideas, and that is where I feel that this concept of transformation that we discussed as the theme of this international conference, we can take it forward, guys. हमारे देश के लिए there are some incredible things that have happened over the years. Today we have so many tools. Whenever I write on a piece of paper, I remember something. There is another movie you should watch. It's called The Man Who Knew Infinity. It is there on YouTube for free, so go and watch it today. It's about, there's also a book by that name, so if you are into books, you can read that as well. It was about a man called Srinivas Ramanujan. Naam suna hai aapne? When Srinivas Ramanujan reached Cambridge University in 1920, on the invitation of a professor called G.H. Hardy, who identified his genius via the letters he had written to G.H. Hardy. The first thing Srinivas Ramanujan बिचारे ने बोला to G.H. Hardy, when he asked if the accommodation and everything is as per your convenience, he said, yes sir, really good paper. These were his exact words. Because Srinivas Ramanujan did not even have access to papers. The temple in Kumbakonam in Tamil Nadu, on the walls, some years back, Archaeological Survey of India said that we are going to refurbish them because it needs maintenance and all. It still had chalk-based equations written onto them, quadratic equations, third-order differential equations, scribbled on the walls of a temple, because Srinivas Ramanujan would just get these impulsive insights and he would just start writing down final equations. What was the biggest problem for Srinivas Ramanujan? Wasn't knowing mathematics or wasn't being able to come up with a lot of original work, research work around mathematics. His biggest problem was being able to prove it, because he was so good at it, he would just write the final equation. जो हम 10वीं 12वीं के एग्जाम में करते थे, अगर हमको क्वेश्चन आता हो तो सीधा आके hence proved लिख देते थे. Srinivas Ramanujan would do exactly that. He knew the exact equation. He didn't know the steps to follow. It was so good at it. But he did not have even access to paper. And tragically, that was the biggest boon when he reached Cambridge. He said, I have paper. Finally, I can write down everything I want to. So there have been incredible people in India. Remember, their sacrifices. We have to build upon this for the decade around G20 and so on in this decade. Like I mentioned, the first decade was when social networking happened. The second decade was from 2010 to 2020, when something called smartphones happened. And with that came apps. And that changed the game forever. A simple app called WhatsApp became $1 billion, $19 billion के लिए acquire किया Facebook ने. Instagram को Facebook ने $1 billion के लिए acquire किया. Back then people were like, oh, it's Mark Zuckerberg is a dictator. He wants to create this monopoly. We don't see the point of why he has acquired Instagram for $1 billion. Today Instagram makes $1 billion a week. That is how the game has changed in the business of social networking and everything else. This decade that we have yet entered is Web 3.0. That is why it's called Web 3.0, the third decade of the internet. And it has immense possibilities. In every decade, the person who emerged in the first 3 or 4 years went on to rule that decade. Mark Zuckerberg came in 2003. By 2010, I'm sure you are all aware that he became the single biggest entity on the internet. WhatsApp came in the year 2011. Instagram, 2012-ish. By 2020, they had become synonyms of our smartphone on an everyday basis. And now comes Web 3.0. And it has an immense technology called metaverse and blockchain and all of these. But yet, not a single major entity has come in this space. There is a reason why Mark Zuckerberg changed the entire image name of his company. We just spoke about brand, right? He changed the entire name of an organization called Facebook, changed it to Meta. He rebranded. Why? Because of insecurity, that he wants to remain dominant in this space. But yet not a major innovation has come in this market as of now, as of March 2023. And that is where an opportunity lies for each of you. You can create the next big thing in this decade. People from, in today's world, in geopolitics and internet, from what background, economic status you come does not matter. What you build, the world will applaud. So start building in that direction. Do something about it and keep a sense of patriotism, a global sense of patriotism in place. Just 23 March हुआ, one of my childhood heroes, and for a lot of us, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru, शहीदी दिवस थी उनकी. So लिखिए कुछ करिए उस डायरेक्शन में. There was a share of Bhagat Singh that I often say. In fact, आज दो बोलूँगा सर. एक ये था that इस कदर वाकिफ है मेरी कलम मेरे जज्बातों से, मैं अगर इश्क भी लिखना चाहूँ तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है. The second, of course, is अभी जिसका खून ना भरा खून नहीं वो पानी है. जो टिकटॉक, इंस्टाग्राम ये सब नहीं देखते वो छोड़ दें, बट जो देश के काम आए, देश के काम ना आए, वो बेकार चलाएं। So start working in that direction, guys. I wish you guys all the very best. Thank you again, PIMR, for inviting me, and thank you so much.
And throwing light on the Indian education systems and Indian grades. It's a pleasure to have with us a former director, Dr. R.K. Jain sir, with us. May I now request Professor Vikas Sharma to accord floral welcome to sir. Welcome, sir. It's just like coming home again, sir. Now it's time for the release of status paper on the topic Technology, Innovation and Management for Organizational and Social Transformation with special reference to IT industry, authored by me. That is Dr. Ashima Joshi. So I would request for its release, please. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for the honor. Next in the series, we would like to release our second status paper on the topic Technology, Innovation and Management for Organizational and Social Transformation with special reference to aviation industry. And for this, I would request author of the research paper, Professor Bhagyashri Senda and Professor Aditi Pandey to join the dignitaries. It's an honor to have Father Nirupal from Nirmal College. He is the director of that college. So I request Dr. Yogindra Singh Rajawat to accord floral welcome to sir. Next we'll have an AV presentation of Mr. Ramesh Jain, a distinguished expert in the field of soya value added product. May I request for his AV, please?
Mr. Ramesh Jain, Director, Prestige Feed Mills Limited. Mr. Ramesh Jain is a science graduate and MBA in marketing. Sir has vast experience of more than 50 years in marketing of vivid products. Previously, Sir owned a reputed electronics goods distribution company, which was awarded as Best Electronics Store Showroom in MP. After this, Sir joined Prestige Group as Director in charge of operations in Dewas and was looking after solvent extraction plants, refineries, flour mill and LPG cylinder a manufacturing unit and successfully achieved new heights of productions. Sir held position of Vice President and many other at Association of Industries, Dewas and SOY Food Product Welfare Association of India. Mr. Jain is also head of Export Marketing Division at Head Office with domestic sales and exports of soy protein products. During Sir's tenure, Prestige Group won 4 export awards and and was recognized by SOPA as one of India's top 3 exporters of value-added soybean products. Mr. Ramesh Jain traveled extensively to the United States, United Kingdom, Europe, South Africa and many countries of the Middle East and Southeast Asia to expand the business of soybean. Attended many international and national seminars, conferences including 2 weeks training program of soy food products organized by US Soybean Export Council. We welcome you, sir.
Now it's time for conferring Mr. Ramesh Jain with Lifetime Achievement Award. And for the citation, I would request Dr. Anil Vajpayee, sir.
I cannot help myself, but again abroad, Mr. Rajhanj. Amazing work. We went through whatever little time he had, the entire history of what happened in the computer science world, not just internet. And he's been true to his education, he's been true to his original degree. He knows that backwards even today. Very nice, amazing work. Now let me come back to more earthly things, and that's where Mr. Ramesh Jain, who probably is the senior most member of this hall today, with over 50 years of experience. Yeah, बहुत सारे लोग 50 साल की उम्र में नहीं होगी. 50 years of experience in industry and in both the manufacturing and the marketing sectors. He's been the spearhead behind the growth of the Prestige Field Mills Limited. He's been there almost everywhere with the latest opportunity that he's cashing upon, and that is the Ukraine-Russia war is giving an opportunity to some products from India, and which he has already established some connect with the European buyers across the world. So with that, let me read the citation for his Lifetime Achievement Award. Quote, "This Lifetime Achievement Award is conferred upon Mr. Ramesh Jain for his stellar contribution to the value-added product for India's soybean business across the world." Unquote. I would request Dr. Dewas Jain, one cousin to Mr. Ramesh Jain, another cousin, to present the award. And he is the first batch. He did his MBA. He did his MBA, of course, at the ripe old age, but he was from the first batch of PIMR in Indore.
लाइव चल रहा है भाई, पूरा यूट्यूब फेसबुक पे. तो कहाँ सामने खड़ा हो रहा है?
This is truly a moment we should all stand up and applause. It's actually recognizing the contribution of a doyen of this industry, just like we talked about Bare Saab, Dr. Nenda Jain. There is another great who has done great service to the city of Dewas, to the industrial growth. I had tried to coax Ramesh ji into making a little bit of a speech, and you know what he said? He said, "मैं दो शब्द बोलूँगा." Sir, वो दो शब्द बोल दो, please. Please come. And his 2 words, he told us what those 2 words going to be, but I want to hear it from him.
Respected Gurujan, respected Dayar, and dear students, ये मेरा माइक में पहली बार संबोधन है. थोड़ी सी घबराहट तो होती है, आपको मालूम नहीं होगा. तो मुझे लेक्चर देने का अनुभव तो नहीं है, इंट्रोडक्शन जरूर कर सकता हूँ. तो मैं सिर्फ यही आपको कहना चाहूँगा कि लाइफ में सक्सेस के लिए भगवान के आशीर्वाद के साथ में पेरेंट्स का, गुरुजन का और आपके फैमिली के सीनियर मेंबर्स का बहुत आवश्यक है। अगर आपके इंटेंशन पॉजिटिव हैं तो डिसीजन गलत हो सकता है, लेकिन आपको सफलता जरूर मिलेगी। ये मेरी लाइफ का जो मैंने सीखा लाइफ में वो है, इंटेंशन सही रखिएगा, डिसीजन गलत हो सकता है, सक्सेस जरूर मिलेगा। धन्यवाद, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to play the AV of Mr. Shreyash Bhandari, CEO Green Soul and Director of Heritage Girls School.
Mr. Shreyash Bhandari, Director, the Heritage Girls School, co-founder, Green Soul. Mr. Shreyash Bhandari is an Indian social entrepreneur and author. He is the director and board member of Heritage Girls School. Mr. Bhandari has completed his education from most respected institute like Jai Hind College, Mumbai and Babson College, Franklin W. Olin. Being an ardent marathon runner, Mr. Bhandari noticed that wasted sneakers had no future life and just increasing pollution. He came up with a unique business idea of recycling the used shoes and founded Green Soul. Mr. Bhandari is a TEDx speaker, a philanthropist and author. He authored and co-authored books like Words of Aravallis in association with Rajasthan Tourism and Bombay Natural History Society and Lessons of a Curious Soul with Miss Soma Banerjee and Vital 20 Communications. Mr. Bhandari got featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia. We welcome you, sir.
Now we have pleasure of presenting him with Young Entrepreneurship Award. And for the citation, I would request again Dr. Anil Bashri, sir.
Yet another luminary amongst us. 30 under 30 is not just an achievement, it's more than an achievement. However, something I'd like to share with everybody here. When I was in class 8 or something like that in 1972, I had a classmate who was a little deformed physically, a brilliant fellow with wildlife and birds. And his name was Shahid Ali. Later on, when I passed out of college, I realized who this Shahid Ali was. We lost touch. Then I figured out, Shahid Ali was the grandson of the great Salim Ali. And I am sure your father would have had a lot of interaction with the great Salim Ali to have induced you to photography of the birds and made you write this book with Soman Banerjee. The other thing that the AV did not capture is that not only is he fond of running, he's fond of converting things into shoes and converting shoes into things. And that is a transformation for which I think this is just a small token from the Prestige Institute of Management and Research at Dewas to present him this award. And I read the citation, quote, Mr. Shreyash Bhandari, Director, Heritage Girls School, is a shining example of success through passion and dedication with purpose. The Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dewas, is proud to present the Outstanding Entrepreneurial Leadership Award to him for his inspiring leadership, commitment to education, and creating a sustainable future through Green Soul, unquote. I would like to request Dr. Dewas Jain once again to do the honors of making this presentation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Bhandari to deliver his address and enlighten us.
A very good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here for the second time. I was at the PIMR in Indore 5 years back with the same idea of recycling. And I run a startup as well as a family business. So sometimes we come across this crossroads where we have to choose between a family business or a startup idea. So I've been able to do both of these things, and the reason has been, I think, taking a step back, letting your idea execute through your team, hiring young people, letting them a lot of responsibility so that they can grow with the idea. And if we talk about Green Soul, we wear a lot of footwear. Everyone has 3 to 4 pairs of footwear. We wear clothes. There's fast fashion going on. Companies are making billions of products, but they don't know what the customers want. So all these things end up in landfill. So what Green Soul does is, it takes your old shoes, it takes your apparel and converts it into usable products, like a pair of slipper, like a bag, mat, different things. And we have been able to do it at scale. Today, in 5 years, we've been able to achieve a number of 5 lakh pairs, which are old shoes which could have gone into landfill. And today we've made it into a pair of slipper, which we are donating to children in need for corporates, for over 65 corporates in India. So this is what we are doing. It's a perfect example of a circular economy. Like if you use a product, it has an end of life. Like it reaches the end of life for you. But that's not essentially the end of life of the product. So what we do is we recycle the product back so that it is reusable again. And we need more such startups where the end of life is the raw material of the other industry. So that's where we are heading. And what we are also doing now is, whatever is left after upcycling, we are converting it into a material. So that material can be used in your upholstery, in cars, electric vehicles. It can be used in footwear. So sheets of material made out of complete waste. So waste is going to be a treasure in years to come. You know, whatever is waste, we need to reutilize it and bring it back into the economy. We were featured on the Forbes Asia 30 under 30 list. We also received recommendation letters from former President Barack Obama and Sir Ratan Tata. And sometimes we think it's difficult to reach out to these people. But it's not that difficult. You know, how many of you know the address of White House, the President? It's very simple, right? White House, Washington, DC, US. But you know, how many even think that we can write to him? So that's what I did when I was at Babson. I had the courage to send him my book and write about my idea that, you know, we can upcycle our waste, we can reutilize it. And I was so surprised to have a letter back from him. Same with Sri Ratan Tata also. I have a recommendation from him on what we are doing. So I think sometimes we are too scared on, you know, there's a term, what Siddharth was saying, there's a term known as wantrepreneur. It's not entrepreneur. Sometimes we are a wantrepreneur, that we want to do entrepreneurship, but we are not able to take the risk, we are not able to get into the field. And I absolutely agree that you need to just get into entrepreneurship and test it out. You can't test the waters without going on the field. And I run a recycling startup today, but I'm from a management background. I don't know anything about footwear, manufacturing. And when I went to the footwear factory, they were like, we are doing footwear for 50 years and we never thought we could recycle. So you can be absolutely from outside the industry. You know, that's the beauty of entrepreneurship. There's no boundary. Anyone can enter entrepreneurship with their own knowledge base. Today I can start an app also. It's only about the idea. It's about your vision, like what this idea will do. So in one word, like what we are doing, the materials we are creating, it will reduce the waste. It will reduce the waste which is going to landfill, the waste which is going for incineration. It will reconvert it. You can reutilize it instead of using new resources. So that's what we do. So the idea, the vision, the applicability is the main thing that one needs to focus on. I'd like to use the example of a bamboo tree. Have you seen a bamboo tree? Really tall. But how does it grow that tall? It stays underground for 5 years. If you plant a bamboo tree, it will be underground for 5 years. You'll water it. You'll, but you'll start feeling 5 years have gone by and nothing so far. But what will happen in the next 2 years? It will shoot 30 feet. From 0 to 30 in just 2 years. So this is how the journey goes. Sometimes we think, in 5 years, first year we'll reach 10, 20, no. For first 5 years, maybe you're just building up the base, the foundation, your product is getting a market fit, and then the product is suddenly, becoming popular. And if you see the example of Facebook also, it took a decade almost to become globally known. So even a brilliant startup like Facebook can take 10 years. So imagine how important perseverance is. Whatever idea you have, you need to give it a lot of time. And sometimes our mind also plays to the extreme, Like when we are starting an idea, it will be like we'll launch the idea, there'll be a line of customers, we'll sell out all the products. But what happens is you launch the product and no one comes to buy. So you need to relaunch it, you need to rethink, you need to do your best. It's like writing an exam. One is aiming that you'll get like 90% or 95%. The other way is just writing the answers properly. What will happen if you answer each and every question properly? You score, a good percentage. So I think go more on the quality rather than the quantity. Be in it for the long term, and this is definitely the best stage to do it. So let go of your inhibitions, let go of that entrepreneur mentality, just get into it and become an entrepreneur. And there's a famous movie, I think, Kung Fu Panda. I think it's a brilliant movie. It has three series now. I think you must watch it. It is completely proverbial and it links you to the roots. And in the end, the actor was finding a secret sauce. What is the secret sauce to success? And the entire characters were behind what was the secret. In the end, they discovered there was a scroll and it was empty. They were running behind it and it was empty, but it showed the reflection of the person. So as soon as you opened the scroll, it showed your own reflection. So the secret sauce is you yourself. So that is the key message I want to leave you with. And thank you again for this honor of inviting me here and talking to a young audience who will understand the importance of circular economy, recycling, entrepreneurship. And I'm sure they'll bring about the change that we want to see. Thank you. I'd also like to present my book, Lessons of a Curious Soul, to PIMR Institute. I'm sure it will help the student. It's a very small read. You can read it in 2 days also if you pick up the book. So I'd like to present this book, Professor Ajit. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thought-provoking session and address, and instilling the entrepreneurship and the entrepreneurial insight into all of us. Thank you so much. Now for conferring and for reading out the citation for the longest service award, may I now call upon and request Dr. Anil Vajpayee, sir.
So as PIMR Dewas is completing 25 years and we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee, there are many of us amongst the faculty members who spent a long time here, a decade and more if I am not mistaken, and there are 3 people who I would request Dr. Dewas Jain to do the honors once I read the citations for. First of all, Dr. Yogendra Singh Rajawan. This long service award for a successful journey of a decade is being presented to Dr. Yogendra Singh Rajawan, Senior Assistant Professor PIMR Dewas, for his continued commitment to the growth and development of the institution. Dr. Rajawan. Can I request Dr. Dewas Jain and Dr. Ajit to continue to stand while I read out the next long service awardee, and that is citation is this long service award for a successful journey of a decade is being presented to Mr. Vikas Sharma for his continued commitment to the growth and development of the And finally, one of the most popular figures of this hall today and before, and I hope hereafter as well, the final long service award is for this long service award for a successful journey of a decade is being presented to Dr. Ashima Joshi, Associate Professor, for her continued commitment to the growth and development of the institution and beyond that, and the chairman office as well. Thank you.
That was indeed very emotional. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this recognition. This recognition has boosted our morale. And the smartwatch gifted to us will make us more smarter as an individual and at our work. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, we are honored to have Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director of Indian Institute of Management in Tirupati, as a keynote speaker. May I now request for his AV, please.
Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli. Dr. Singh has been in academics for more than 30 years. Sir has served in various famous institutes like National Institute of Industrial Engineering, Mumbai, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi, Kanpur University, and Vikram University at Ujjain. Sir served as Director of Management Development Institute, Gurgaon, and Director in charge of Indian Institute of Management, Indore. In the role of mentoring of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur, he served as the first chairperson of the academic committee and as a nodal officer of IIM Sambalpur. Sir has been a member of high-profile committees of the government and various institutions. Prior to joining academics, Sir worked for Bank of India as Industrial Relations Officer, having served at Jamshedpur and Ranchi. Dr. Singh has guided research, provided consultancy, and trained about 20,000 personnel of all levels from almost all professions. Sir has published research articles and has presented academic papers in more than 75 national and international seminars. Dr. Singh has published books on managing interpersonal conflict, management sutras from Sanskrit scriptures, poetic Hindi translation of Thirukural, Jeevan Prabandhan ki Shairi, Jeevan Vikas ki Shairi, and a booklet on human resource management for technical personnel. We welcome you, sir.
Now it's time for conferring Dr. P.K. Singh, sir, with the Management Excellence Award. And for the citation, I will again reference Dr. Dewas.
That's the last award for the afternoon. So, good news for anybody who is hungry, you will get lunch a little later. And, in the meantime, I am reminded, while we're talking about lunch, I am reminded of my first meeting with Professor Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain. This was in an event at Gwalior. He was one of the keynote adressees at the international conference of PIMR Gwalior, and I hadn't known him at all. It was the first time. And so during the day we didn't meet. In the evening, Narayani Hotel, it was, I think, where we were all staying, and at dinner, Dr. Dewas Jain, myself, and Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain happened to converge onto the same table, and we didn't know what to order. And lo and behold, the gourmet, Dr. Pawan Kumar Jain, said, "Butter खिचड़ी बनाते हैं." और हम लोगों ने उस दिन डिनर में बटर खिचड़ी, पापड़, चावल, घी, अचार मिला के खाया. So with these words, let me read out the citation for Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh. A renowned academician, presently director of the IIM Trichy, has been a teacher, a researcher, mentor to numerous students, professionals, and is a guiding light in the academic world. The IMR Dewas is proud to present the Management Excellence Award to Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh in recognition of his outstanding contributions to management education. Can I request Dr. Dewas Jain to kindly do the honors?
परमिशन मैं कुछ कहना चाहूंगी. सर, आप में शायद पूरा भारत दिखता है. मैं जब पहली बार आपसे मिली थी तो मैंने आपको पवन कुमार जोशी बोला था. आज सबने जैन बोला है, मतलब आप में पूरा भारत बसता है. और मैंने भी जब सर के साथ पहली बार खाना खाया था तो वो बटर खिचड़ी ही खाई थी.
So it's almost like saying he is more prestigious than everybody else in this hall. And now I would like to invite Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh to deliver his address, something that we've all been waiting for. और इसके संदर्भ में शायद कुछ थोड़ा बहुत हमारे प्रोफेसर पांडे को आइडिया है कि आप क्या बोलने वाले हैं. उन्होंने कुछ हिंट दिया था in his address. So let's all hear Dr. Singh. Thank you.
सबसे पहले देवास की पुण्य भूमि पर नवरात्रि के चतुर्थ दिवस पर, जिसमें माता कुष्मांडा के विग्रह का पूजन होता है, उनके आशीर्वाद से मैं आप सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. मेरा प्रणाम स्वीकार. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vikram University, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Pandey ji, Chairman of PEF, Dr. Dewas Jain ji, Dr. Samuel John Ferreira de Souza G. I added G because I could understand your love for India. Shri Ramesh Jain Ji, Shri Shreyans Bhandari Ji, and Mrs. Pragya Bhandari Ji, Director of PIMR Dewas and Conference Chairman, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay Ji, especially Professor Ajit Ji and Dr. Dewas Ji, thank you for giving me opportunity to be with you all, today. Thank you very much. So, the conference secretary, Ms. Bhagyashree Sindhav Ji, conference convener, Dr. Ashma Joshi Ji, and Dr. Yogendra Singh Rajawat Ji, the entire team behind this conference, Dr. Anil Vajpayee Ji, Dr. R.K. Jain Ji, dear faculty colleagues, officers and supporting staff of PIMR Dewas, dear delegates, researchers and presenters participating in this conference, dear students, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is written in Shastra that your any sin, one can get exonerated from any sin committed, except one sin committed. Nobody will exonerate, even God does not exonerate. And that sin is ingratitude. कृतज्ञ का कोई उपाय नहीं है, बाकी सब का उपाय है. That's why it is for me to remember the holy land of Mandsaur. The holy land of Mandsaur, we should be grateful to that, because that land played the role of Devaki for PIMR Dewas. And the holy land of Dewas itself is playing the role of Yashoda for this PIMR Dewas. So gratitude to the land of Mandsaur and gratitude to the land of Dewas. Just for general knowledge, as far as my exposure goes, I have been fortunate to have darshan of 3 Vigraha of Pashupatinath. One Pashupatinath at Mandsaur. The second Pashupatinath, wonderful Vigraha. You can see that is at a place called Bairat. Bairat is 65 kilometers northeast of Jaipur. Wonderful statue or Vigraha of Pashupatinath. And of course the third one, most famous, is Pashupatinath, Kathmandu. So I have been fortunate of having darshan of all 3 Pashupatinath. And this holy land Devas, which is a derivation of Dev ka Vas, and holy land of Chamunda is here. And today is the 4th day, and it is devoted to the Vigraha of Kushmanda. And Kushmanda means the Supreme Mother who is having the seed of entire universe in her womb. So today is actually a day to remember the seed element. आज बीज तत्व को याद करने का दिन है नवरात्रि के इस अवसर पर. बीज तत्व. And for students I will say, what is the बीज तत्व of your success in life? And बीज तत्व, I am not trying to oversimplify. There is nothing more dangerous than oversimplification, but there is nothing more precious than simplification. So I am trying to simply simplify that your बीज तत्व of meaningful life, at least professionally. I'm not being able to take the entire shades of life into my fold and domain, but at least for your professional life, you need 2 things to become effective and successful. And first thing is direction, and second thing is speed. Direction means the value that you actually nurture in your life, and speed means basically the skills which you grow in your life. And unless marriage is solemnized between values and skills, your life is not meaningful. So let there be marriage solemnized in everybody's life, the marriage between values and the skills. Just quickly, because I know that you have empowered me to decide when you will take lunch. Though I know that, but the beauty of power is not using full power. So I have decided that we all should take lunch, and simply you should not have skipping lunch on the day of Navratra and only taking dinner. We will take lunch, but I am very much, let us say, at the level of my emotion, I want to remember my association with PIMR Dewas. I was working in Niti Mumbai, and one of my colleagues there, Dr. Srinivasan, he joined as one of the first directors of this institute. And I was at Niti Mumbai, his colleague, then I shifted to IIM Indore. He invited me to this place that you have to come because it is closer to a place where you had already worked, that is Vikram University, Ujjain. And by that time, perhaps I had not joined IIM Indore, but I came from Niti Mumbai and enjoyed this place, this fervor of this place. Then I was invited by Dr. R.K. Jain Sahab also, who is here today present. And I know that when I used to enter his room, director's office, it was fervor of spirituality and very, very, let us say, that is called Chandan ka stick, usko kahe agarbatti. That kind of fervor was always there, so he invited. Dr. Ajit, let me say very frankly that Dr. Ajit Upadhyay ji has been my student also. He never invited me here. And only one day in my life, till now, only one day in my life, I have acted uniquely. I never say please invite, but for one day I had said to two of my persons whom I love that please invite me, I want to deliver a talk. And on the same day, I managed invitation at two places. And these two places were PIMR Dewas and another Vikram University Ujjain. Sir, मैं फिर से कहूँगा हिंदी में, सिर्फ एक दिन मेरे जीवन में आया है जिस दिन मैंने अपने ही कहा कि मैं लेक्चर लेना चाहता हूँ, ऐसा कभी नहीं कहा अब तक दूसरी बार। वो उसी दिन एक ही दिन 2 लेक्चर हुए in PIMR Dewas on actually communication skills for students, and on at Vikram University I had delivered a talk on Upanishadic wisdom for managerial excellence. तो ये है प्रेम, क्योंकि प्रेम है। अजीत जी, मैंने कहा कि आपने इनवाइट नहीं किया और मेरा इतना प्रेम है इस संस्थान से, हमने कहा मुझे आप बुलाइए, जो मेरी प्रकृति का नहीं है, मैं ऐसा करता नहीं, उसी दिन किया था। और सर से भी कहा था विक्रम विश्वविद्यालय में अभी चले गए हैं, वो भी मेरे विद्यार्थी रहे, डॉक्टर धर्मेंद्र मेहता जी। सो हमने कहा कि भाई मैं इस क्षेत्र में हूँ, मैं आ जाता हूँ कुछ करने के लिए। असल में थोड़ा स्वार्थ भी था। भगवत गीता के बारे में बहुत चर्चा होती है, लेकिन उसकी माँ जो उपनिषद है, जरा उसकी सुगंध फैले, ये मेरा स्वार्थ है। अभी मैं एक किताब पूरी करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ उपनिषदिक विजडम पर, उसका नाम तय कर लिया है। अब देखें कौन पब्लिशर छापता है। उसका नाम होगा डायलॉग विथ उपनिषद्स फॉर मीनिंगफुल लाइफ। बड़ा बिहड़ काम है, पिछले 7-8 साल से थोड़ा थोड़ा चल रहा है, होता नहीं है, संभलता नहीं, और मैं उतना प्रज्ञावान भी नहीं कि उपनिषद को समेट सकूं, इसलिए समय लगता है। चलिए कुछ बातें करते हैं, उसके बाद हम लोग भोजन के लिए भी जाएंगे। This entire conference, 2 days conference is rotating around 5 basic terminologies. One is technology, second is innovation, third is management, fourth is organizational transformation, and fifth is social transformation. ये पंच तत्व से बना हुआ ये कॉन्फ्रेंस है, and all these 5 dimensions should be done justice with in this 2 days conference. But before that, I also want to congratulate PIMR Dewas for having a new logo, because it has actually ascended from being PIM Dewas, that is Prestige Institute of Management Dewas, Two, it has ascended to Prestige Institute of Management and Research, Dewas. And just about research, just a glimpse. Number one, dear research scholars, please never do this thing with yourself. Number one, what you should not do with yourself. Never go to your guide and ask, sir, I want to do PhD, or madam, I want to do PhD. Please tell me the topic on which I should do PhD. Never do it. And secondly, what professors and guides should never do, that, hey, come here, you want to do PhD, do on this topic. Never do this sin. You are crippling the student. Never tell the topic. As a swimming coach, we should know, not only as a research guide, but also as a professor at least PG level. At least PG level. In UG level, you can change the gear to some extent, but for research level education and PG level education, a professor must know when to help the student, must know when not to help the student, to help the student to get the help by the students by himself or herself. An ordinary teacher teaches well, writes well, but an extraordinary teacher appoints a teacher within the student, inside him or her, so that the teacher should himself or herself should become redundant. Actually, this is my understanding. I may be wrong, but I think great persons are those who are working day and night to prove that I should remain redundant for the society. I should not be needed. I should not be remembered. And that's why I say that either academic leaders or industry leaders or leaders in social sector, they are like, and they have to be like, dewdrop leader. Dewdrop leader. Why I am trying to say that one should be dewdrop leader? Because when contaminated water evaporates, it leaves the mark of contamination on the floor. But when fresh water like dewdrop evaporates, there is no trace that there was a dewdrop hanging at the edge of the blade of a grass. There is no trace. And that's why an effective leader is so busy creating system, infrastructure, structure of the organization, managing resources, bringing new technology, so busy that he or she is not visible. So, one of the best leaders are those who are not visible. अपनी छाप छोड़ के जाऊंगा, औसत दर्जे के आप हैं, मुझे किसी को याद करने की आवश्यकता न पड़े, सिस्टम इतना बढ़िया हो जाए, मुझे कोई याद न करे, वो असली लीडर है. And that's why I would like to say that we have to become perhaps like that in future, especially I was talking to students. So, first point I will just take technology, and quickly I will run through because there are different ways of delivering a talk. Some talks where you take a speed of classical music and slowly you unfold. But being the last speaker has its own advantage also, because everything has been spoken. I can say nothing I need to speak. Let us go for lunch. That is advantage. But disadvantage is that you are ensconced in between, let us say, the food also and these all. So I will just touch the points where it can be useful for students. Point number one, that what is that film which is awarded? Whispering Elephant or Elephant Whisperer? Elephant Whisperer. Elephant Whisperer. So basically, when we talk about technology, data also whisper. Data also whisper. But now through technology, we are making data more louder. Because earlier, in earlier days, 10 years back, there used to be data, then analysis were needed, then you have certain insight into it. But now, because of higher technology, the moment data is collected, it starts giving its meaning also. So data is not only whispering now, with big data analysis and AI and machine learning, now data is becoming louder and louder. And that's why data is quickly giving you information. And based on that, you can make decisions. So that's why data has to be actually managed well, and you have to understand the language of data. And one challenge is happening that when data is not only whispering but becoming louder, there is one pitfall of technology. Whatever is beneficial, any coin has two sides. The pitfall is that now debate is there whether there will be some private life or not. Just imagine that your wife has a chip, something in her hand, and she can understand your mind. You will be in a dangerous situation in your life. Your wife should not know your full mind. There should be some secrecy, because something should not be known by others. Because mind is mind, पता नहीं कहाँ चला गया था. Wife सब कुछ जान रही है, दिक्कत हो जाएगी. लाजिम है दिल के पास रहे पास बाने अकल, लेकिन कभी कभी उसे तन्हा भी छोड़ दे. और तन्हा छोड़ने की कहानी अगर सबको पता चल जाए तो झंझट भी हो सकती है. That's why this has to be addressed properly, so that actually technology helps us to enter into value-based society. That is one. Only last thing I want to say about technology, then I'll talk quickly about management and other things. Technology, a bit mispronunciation of it. Technology, the word, it's bit mispronunciation, and you will listen the word as technology. Technology. पूरा इस पर आधारित मत हो जाओ. हिंदी में कहा जाए technology. कुछ अपना भी काम करो. Why? Because just now, one of our colleagues here raised very important concern, and that was that when technology starts replacing human beings, our mind does not remain sharpened. And I'm belonging to one of the luckiest generations where I was born in village and have exposure of village, of a small town, hamlet, or let us say bigger town, then city, mega city, international city. You know, I know all the shades. My father was not so lucky, because in international city and mega city he could not get exposure. My son is not so lucky because he was not born in village. सबके आधे अधूरे हैं. मेरा जनरेशन का पूरा एक्सपोजर है. Why I'm saying so? Why I'm saying so? Because technology basically has to be only a kind of helping support to you in your life. Because I remember, we used to remember Pahada of Savaiya, Dewas, Pauna, Adhaiya. So, yes, Adhaiya ka Pahada. चल रहा Adhaiya का पहाड़. अभी 3 + 2 you bring calculator. Mind has to remain activated. That is another pitfall of technology. But one thing we should say: never blame technology. Salute technology. But for management students at least, not for technocrats, I am saying, technology is a good servant but a bad master. Use technology when you want to use. Means, if I don't want to walk, you see, some persons keep on shaking their legs like that while standing. Say, while walking, please shake your leg. While standing, stand like this. Don't generate electricity from here. My point is that when you know leg should take rest, let it be restful. When you know I will use technology, you should use it. When you know I will not use it, don't use it. Don't allow technology to use yourself. Don't allow to get used by technology. That's the point. And that's why in future I find there will be at another level of equilibrium, there will be debate between the tussle between technology and human consciousness. But rider is that I will submit, never blame technology. Why not to blame technology? I'll give you example from Hindi grammar. Hindi grammar, Hindi व्याकरण कहता है, कर्ता ने कर्म को करण से. Salute to all engineers of the world. Why? They have gifted you with karan. Karta ne karam ko karan se. Now my hand, this hand, because I'm a bit taller person, my hand is 19 inch long, from here to here, 19. But this is a small hand. But you give me liver, I can move the mountain. Because liver is extended hand. Machine is extended hand. Blast furnace, a complex system in a steel plant, is your extended hand and extended endeavor. So every technology is extended indriya of yourself. Extended eyes, extended ears, extended hand, extended leg, extended. Would not you like to say big thank you who has given you all indriya in extended form? Never blame technology. Never blame technologists. Never blame engineers. They are helping you. They are making the world more richer. But if you want to blame technology for any reason, please blame yourself and none other. And that's why I am proposing that technology for humanity is a good servant but a bad master. You see, in 14th century, the Adi Kavi of Bengali, he was Dewas, and he had said in Bengali, I know a bit of Bengali, Sabar upore manusvatto, tahar upore nahi. Above everything, the humanity is most important. The cause of humanity is most important. There is nothing more important than the cause of humanity. And here please include in humanity also the cause of welfare of other creatures also. Beyond that, nothing is more important. Fine, searching means for high standard of living is important, but it is not more important than searching meaning for high standard of life. Because a person with high standard of living may have very poor standard of life. And there is a possibility a person with very poor standard of living may have high standard of life. That possibility is there. And that's why we should never blame a kind of, when a kind of bombardment happens between technology and humanity, between art and science. हम लोगों को गलत बताया गया. There is art versus science. In this world, all are united. Actually, art, science, commerce, engineering, medicine, they are all one common big pool, lake, and different ghats are there. ये घाट के नाम हैं. Physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, humanity, political science, anthropology, sociology, psychology, these all are different ghats of the same lake, and that lake is the lake of knowledge. Unless we are able to integrate and synthesize like this, only if we develop analytical mind and not a mind which can be able to synthesize things, I think we are creating only lopsided personality. So that is the pitfall, and that is the, let us say, positivity with technology I find. Second one is innovation. I will only say that innovation word itself has acquired some godly quality. Because I will give you a reason. Because you see, God has not only given us eyes, it has given the sight behind the eyes. God has not only given you ears, it has given the power of listening behind the ears. Similarly, now we say innovation, it does not only mean innovating certain things, actually we are into a trap where we have to learn how to innovate the innovation itself. Because 10 years back, or even more safely 30 years back, the gap between innovation and imitation, that time lag used to be longer. But now time lag is so short that moment you innovate, you are imitated and you are forced to innovate faster. And that's why innovation is not a bonus point for us now. Innovation is basic pay if we are salary earners. Innovation is basic pay. Innovation used to be bonus. It is no more. It is only basic pay. And that's why we need to innovate. And in MBA syllabi, I would like to say that innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, and managerial, or let us say entrepreneurial manager, because everybody may not be entrepreneur, but every manager needs to have entrepreneurial character. And that, for that, we should cover the syllabi like entrepreneurial manager, entrepreneurship. This world needs good leaders, also good managers, also good entrepreneurs. Sometimes we unknowingly say, don't be manager, be leader. We are giving wrong statement. We should say, don't only be manager, be a leader. We should not say, don't be manager, be a leader. Because a leader is one who creates new things, but managers also we need, because manager consolidates the new things innovated. And unless we consolidate, we cannot have any world-class product or ideas or services. And that's why innovation we need to nurture on daily basis. Then comes management. This is the third point of this conference. I'll just say, remind you, हितोपदेश बच्चों सुनिएगा, बहुत अच्छा है ये, इसको आपने पी लिया था एक जमाने में, इस सूत्र को. I will just say English meaning only. The skill, मैं धीरे धीरे इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ, सुनिएगा. The skill through which you earn livelihood, and it also gives you social respect. दोनों यहाँ condition है. The skill which gives you, or the set of skills which gives you livelihood and also gives you social respect. In order to nurture these skills or this skill, you should do efforts on daily basis. It means for a teacher like me to read better, to think better, to write better, to speak better, to prepare my lectures better, I should do investment on myself on daily basis. This is the lesson of Dewas. And once you join the club of continuous learners club, you will find life becomes so romantic. सीखने का इतना नशा है. हमारी एक चचेरी बहन है, बहुत इनोसेंट है, वो बेचारी 3 महीने की बड़ी हमसे है. हम लोग खूब लड़ के एक साथ पैदा हुए, पढ़े हुए. वो कहते हैं तुम काहे को प्रोफेसर बन गया, रोज पढ़ना पड़ेगा. उनका बहना, तुम्हें पढ़ना भारी लगता था, मुझे पढ़ने में मजा आता है, क्योंकि बैंक की नौकरी छोड़ा है और इधर आए. अरे तुम कैसा आदमी है, प्रोफेसर बन गया, तनख्वाह भी थोड़ी कम हो गई. हमने कहा बहना, तुम भागना चाहती थी कॉलेज से जिस दिन ग्रेजुएट हो गई कि अब कॉलेज के दर्शन नहीं करेंगे, और मुझे तो पढ़ना ही जिंदगी है, और जिस दिन बिना पढ़े सो गए, सूर्यास्त हो गई, रात हो गई, सो गए, तो ऐसा अभी भी महसूस होता है. आज का दिन मेरे जीवन में आया या ना आया, सब बराबर. ना भी आता तो कौन फर्क पड़ता, कुछ पढ़ा लिखा नहीं, ऐसे ही चला गया. Please nurture your skills on daily basis. Secondly, that explore potential of yourself and people around you. मैस्लो का नाम किसने सुना है? हाथ उठाओ, हाथ उठाइए बच्चे. मैस्लो का नाम सुना है? तो नहीं सुना. मैस्लो भी नहीं सुना तो फिर क्या सुना? सब सुने होंगे. हाथ में थोड़ी ताकत कम हो गई, लंच नहीं मिल रहा. मैं खत्म ही करने वाला हूं, याद दिलाऊं आपको. आप जानते हैं मैस्लो को 5 levels of hierarchy and need of hierarchy. इतना ही मत जानिए, सुनिए ध्यान से मैं क्या कह रहा हूं मैस्लो के बारे में. मैस्लो की ओरिजिनल किताब पढ़िए. मैस्लो said it is the responsibility of organization to help every individual attached with organization to achieve their respective 5th level of need. कितनी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को. Organization has to create environment to help individuals to achieve the 5th level of need. ये है मैनेजमेंट का. अब ये कॉन्सेप्ट ये हो रहा है that you should not end with a productive manager, but there is a human being in the manager. Is the human being getting opportunities to get fully flourished? That there we have to move. And we talk about women empowerment. We should talk because women are our mothers. You'll be surprised to know Prem Chand, a great author in Hindi, has said, but why I am raising this issue? Because we say women should be equal to men. I think we should drop this kind of narrative. खाली बराबर बना के नहीं छोड़ना है. Prem Chand has said that on the path of evolution, women are far ahead of men. That's why you will find if a male acquires some feminine quality, the person becomes great. And in some cases, females also need to develop some masculine quality. For example, Rani Lakshmibai, Rani Durgavati, they developed that masculine quality. But if typically females lose their feminine quality, they fall from their grace. So female losing feminine quality fall from their grace, and male acquiring feminine quality actually gets developed. And that's why as I understand, equality between men and women is only a politically correct slogan. It is easy path. ये बहुत आसान कह रहा है, मैं पिता हूँ, मेरा बेटा भी और बेटी भी है, मैं दोनों को बराबर देखता हूँ, मेरे लिए बेटा जो है वो भी बेटा है, मेरे लिए बेटी बेटी नहीं है, वो बेटा है। ऐसा कहने वाले को पूछा जाए या वैसा कहने वालों के सामने मुझे ये सोच होती है, मैं जीसस क्राइस्ट जैसा फील करता हूँ कि हे ईश्वर इन्हें क्षमा कर दो, ये नहीं जानते ये क्या कह रहे हैं। अरे बेटा को बेटा रहने दो, बेटी को बेटी रहने दो, लेकिन कहना हम ये चाह रहे हैं बेटे को पूर्ण पुरुषत्व के खेलने का अवसर दो और बेटी के अंदर जो उसकी पूरी संभावनाएं हैं, एक स्त्रीत्व की संभावनाएं हैं, वो पूरी तरह खेल जाए, यही करना है। बट वी चूज जनरली very very ordinary path, and that's why Luan Brillandine, who was a researcher into the decade of 1990s, she said that saying that males and females are different, biologically different, only because one has to play role of mother and one has to play role of father, only that difference does not exist. But actually through neuroscience research, males and females are further different, and this difference has to be appreciated, and male has to be allowed to flourish like male and females have to be allowed to flourish like a complete woman. That's why we need to actually understand women empowerment in right perspective. And last point I would like to say about organizational and social transformation, बस तीन ही शब्द कहूँगा, ब्रह्मा, विष्णु, महेश। Brahma, new idea. Vishnu, nurturing the idea which is implemented. And Mahesh is not destructive. It is creative destruction. Mahesh is talking about creative destruction. So moment you talk about disruptive, let us say, development or disruption, this disruption is not negative. It is giving you chance to actually go for new level of equilibrium. And that's why Mahesh तत्व को समझिए. What to be destroyed? एक बात मैं आपको बोल देता हूं, बच्चों कान खोल के सुनना, ये आधा विवेक है ये जानना कि जीवन में क्या करना चाहिए। जीवन में क्या करना चाहिए अगर आपको मालूम है तो आपका विवेक आधा जागृत हो गया। लेकिन पूरा कैसे जागृत होगा? जब दोनों बात मालूम हो, क्या करना चाहिए और क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। क्या मुझे नहीं करना चाहिए, अपने शिव तत्व को जगाइए। और शिव के बारे में कहा गया सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम। The English meaning of satyam is truth, shivam is auspiciousness, and sundaram means aesthetic value. जब सत्य की आग में आप तपेंगे और जब शिव के ऑस्पिशियसनेस यानी वांछनीयता में आप स्नान करेंगे तो आप सुंदर हो जाएंगे। और हमारा आपका कर्तव्य है जगत को सुंदर बनाया जाए। ऐसी ही भावनाओं के साथ मैं आपको पुनः इस रजत जयंती के अवसर पर पूरे PIMR परिवार को मैं बधाई देता हूं। ईश्वर हम सबको ऊर्जावान बनाए। धन्यवाद।
So words of wisdom and gratitude should not be whispered, but should be spoken louder. सर, हम आपके प्रति कृतज्ञ हैं हमें बीज तत्व का ज्ञान करवाने के लिए और आपके रोचक उद्बोधन के लिए. Looking forward for the early release of your book, Dialogue with Upanishad. Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed a matter of honor and proud privilege to acknowledge our guests with a gesture of gratitude by presenting them a token of remembrance in the form of memento. To present token of gratitude to Dr. P.K. Singh sir, may I now invite Director of the Institute, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay. May I now request respected Chairman sir to present token of acknowledgement to Dr. Kumar Pandey. Thank you, sir. Further, I would request again Professor Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, sir, to present token of remembrance to Mr. Samuel John. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Professor Bhagyashree Sendhaf to present token of remembrance to Mr. Siddharth Rajan. For presenting token of gratitude to Mr. Ramesh, sir, may I now call upon Dr. Yogendra Singh Rajapur. Last but not the least, may I now invite Professor Vikas Sharma to present token of remembrance to Mr. Shriyansh Bhandari. Thank you so much, sir. Now to propose vote of thanks, may I now call upon Conference Secretary, Professor Bhagyashree Sendhaf.
all the distinguished guests and delegates who have graced the inaugural session of the 3rd International Conference on Technology, Innovation and Management and Social Transformation. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed guest, Shri Akhilesh Kumar Pandeyji, Shri Ramesh Jain, Shri Shriyansh Bhandari ji, for taking the time out of their busy schedule to be with us today and for sharing their valuable insights on the theme of the conference. Your presence has added significant value to the event. I would also like to thank our Dr. Samuel John Ferrari D'Souza sir and Mr. Siddharth Rajan sir for their gracious presence and inspiring word. Your experience and knowledge in the field of technology, innovation and management have enriched the conference and we are grateful for your support. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speaker, Shri Pawan Kumar Singh ji, for your thought-provoking speech has set the tone for the conference and provided us with valuable insight to ponder upon. I would like to extend a special mention to our esteemed Dr. Dewas Jain ji, PEF Chairman, for his exceptional guidance and support throughout the planning and execution of this conference. His extensive knowledge and expertise in the field of technology, innovation and management has been invaluable to us. Without his unwavering support, this conference would not have been possible. We are truly grateful for his dedication and leadership. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our director, Professor Ajit Upadhyay sir ji, for his exceptional leadership. His vision and tireless efforts have been made the driving force for this conference. Thank you, sir, for being the man behind this whole conference. Once again, I express heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your presence and contribution to the conference. Thank you so much. Have a great conference ahead.
Nah.
Mata ki. Now I request all the distinguished guests and academicians to gather in the garden area for the photo session, which will be followed by the lunch. Thank you so much.